we have? So here we are. I hope my audio is good, gents. Let me know if there's any disturbance or frequency or too soft or too buzzy, too loud.
You're good.
That's good.
So here we are, the cosmic shadow of the world egg. I noticed a couple of spelling errors in my write-up. It was late last night when I came up with this concept. I was really sitting there going, trying to figure out, okay, so it's the 3rd of the 5th, which is 8, plus the 20th century, plus the 25th, which is 45, plus 8, which is 53. And I went, the 3rd of the 5th, which is 8, 3, 5, 5, 3. I thought, that's quite interesting. Those numbers are playing games in my head. And so it had to have something to do with Mercury in it, and it had to have something to do with the expansiveness of Jupiter. And then I was having a conversation with my girlfriend, and it sort of fell into place. I really wanted to come and join us. She will. She's just working up to it. So here we are. For those of you that are going to be joining us a little late, we're earlier than usual. So people probably expecting us only to be arriving in the next minutes. Welcome to those of you that are joining us. I hope you guys are having an absolutely fantabulous day. And we have, as always, our exciting threesome on the stage here. We've got Indie Sage going around clockwise. He's actually a shadow worker. It's one of his jams. So this is going to be quite close to his heart. He's obviously also shamanically, very deeply embedded in the shamanic roots and anthropology and, the mythology and the stories, the ancient stories. Yeah. And around the clock with, occult studies and research. He's very much a researcher. We've also got dear indie brother, dear Cosmic Prankster here. Cosmic is sort of like a modern day John Dee. He channels the Fae, very closely aligned with these beings he's been working with for a few years now, specifically directly. And so he's channeling a system, a language, a system of correspondences, and obviously there's everything behind it. It's an entire magical system, essentially, with a language and a cosmogony and a cosmology that fits the purpose of the system coming from the Fae. And myself, I'm a shaman, embedded originally in Rosicrucian thoughts, and moved from there to Vedic thought, and then from there to shamanism, shamanic practice. So that's who we are. I'd love you guys to say a few words about yourselves. Please do introduce yourselves. Give us a little bit of a blog. And welcome to all of you guys joining the show. Feel free to say a few words in the chat. Much love.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, Franklin. So great to be here today, and this should be really just interesting discussion. The cosmic shadow of the world egg. This would be really cool. So as Franklin said, I have some experience doing shadow work, and I started off where I was doing shadow work for myself, and then I learned to start to share the guidance from Carl Jung with others, and help others also get that gift from the arduous work of shadow work, which can be quite challenging but very rewarding. And I also do a lot of work working with anthropology and studies of paleontological anthropology most recently. But I also study a lot of mythology and different worldviews and belief systems in the world religions and mystical and occult things as well. So should be really fun to dive deep tonight on some good stuff. And I have a lot of work with ancient philosophical Taoism, which I'll probably be bringing to the table tonight. So it's great to have Franklin and Cosmic here with us today. What's up? What's up, Cosmic?
Hey, what's up, Indy? Yeah, kind of like what not John D. Bush Whisperer just said. But, I checked today, and I've been working with them for a long time, probably like more than 5 years at this point. I've been doing this kind of this serious project, and basically what I've learned is pretty much how to see the fourth dimension, essentially using sort of this epistemology that involves mapping things out with sort of these spheres and higher dimensional spheres. And because of that, it gives you, I think what's cool about this system is it gives you a completely different perspective of all the other systems that exist, because it's kind of like you can take apart the pieces extra dimensionally and kind of reconstruct them together to figure out how they work. In the same way, maybe you take apart like a car or a computer, and you take apart the individual pieces, then you reconstruct the thing back together. That's kind of how I've been like working, not just with my system, but just like how other occult systems and how their paradigms manifest in the world and how they relate to each other. So I'm not really sure what this topic is about in full here. I read the description in the Telegram chat, but I like the title. Sounds interesting. So this will be fun to jump into.
Yeah, it should be awesome. Yeah, I was thinking, I'm very familiar with like the cosmic egg. It's kind of like a mix up of things, and I was trying to see if the shadow of the world is a thing. So, but I don't know if the cosmic egg is also said to be the egg of the world. But I love it.
Yeah, man. I was using my language just as language.
Right.
So I wasn't speaking about any particular tradition's use of the word cosmic egg, because I think of the cosmic egg as being representative of Akasha, representative of the soul of the world. So when we're looking at the soul of the world, we're looking at the substratum of reality, both the microcosmic and the macrocosmic reality where they meet. And so, yeah, what was I thinking? Last night, this idea just hatched out of my head randomly. Hence all the spelling typos. It was getting late. I was getting tired. I was like thinking I really ought to be lying down, but I'm going to type this up and then lie down. But I started halfway lying down while I was typing. As you can see, the words get like more and more lying down as I'm typing. But so, yeah, I mean, the idea of the microcosm, we're all very much acquainted with the microcosmic reality, with what's going on inside of us, with our thoughts, our feelings, with our personal struggles, the emotional context, and the narrative of our lives. Though from a macrocosmic perspective, there is the world. The world is sort of like a bigger version of us. It's got its own narrative, its own character, its own struggles, its own story. And when I speak of the world, I speak of the world in terms of its narrative to us, in the same way as I think of our narrative toward the world and life. So, yeah, the macrocosmic idea came into sort of looking at the way the 5 and the 3 are interacting. 5 being producing that movement and that energetic stimulation that is expansion of the principle of the number 3, that is expanding towards reaching a proverbial limit, that limit being 4. But the process of the expansion, the process of the change, really, and the growth, and how the parameters of the world keep shifting and moving, the laws of nature. You know, I mentioned in there animism, right? Like that the spirits that everything is alive, everything has got a life force, everything is a reflection of living potential. And then the pan-psychism, that the consciousness is really reflecting through these physical realities. Namaste, dear Joe. I hope you are good. I hope you are smiling and thriving, as well as Howard. Hope you guys are having an absolutely awesome weekend. And life is really beautiful. I think we'll probably touch on what's been going on. Just touch on, what happened in Spain, because I think this is quite relevant. When we speak about the proverbial shadow of the world. And the shadow of the world is not just necessarily the bad things that are happening, although it does encompass the bad from our human perspective, right? But there's also that which is hidden. So when I look at the concept of a shadow, there are the bad things, what we consider bad, that are a problem, like adrenochrome, as an example. Namaste, dear Esme. How are you? Are you good? Hope you're having an absolutely fantasticular day with lots of tickles and fantasies all together, wrapped up in fantastic-ticular. I think it's a new word. I think I coined it. You can call that bush whisperer etymology, if you wish. Fantasticular. It's got such a cool name, huh? So, yeah, I do think that there is this fundamental combination between the inner and the outer, because from my perspective, and this is probably a good place to start, which I suppose is right up the alley of the five elements and the Tao, that what we consider to be physical emanations of reality are really just these five principles interacting. And, within these five principles, there's a yang and a yin aspect of it. And so we've got these two hands, the universe is like two hands, and so the Kabbalists speak of it as being 10 sefirot. And the polarities of these two sets of the way in which the five elements act outwardly, and the inward response to the five elements being the outer and the inner reflections. And so, the nature of reality being a reflection of the field of consciousness, and that consciousness is crystallizing. This is probably a good place to start. What are your thoughts, Cosmic, on reality being the reflection of consciousness, so we can jump into this topic?
I think maybe Cosmic stepped away for a minute. I wanted to mention something about cosmic egg. The cosmic egg is said to represent the shift from chaos into order, and it's usually shown revealing that as it hatches, the cosmos emerges from the egg. But sometimes a primordial being will emerge from the egg, who will then give rise to the cosmos in various ways. And so this is kind of a universal symbol that's used across many cultures across the world through time, in ancient times. And so that's kind of a pretty fabulous way to start our discussion today. Now, when we mix it up and we put the cosmic shadow of the world egg, we're kind of talking about maybe a reciprocal world egg of going from order into chaos, as it was happening out in the Iberian Peninsula just a few days ago, when somehow they lost, I think, somewhere from 5 to 15 gigawatts of electricity or something, if I'm not mistaken. And instead of the support systems coming back in to switch in and take over the power and keep it rolling, things fell out, and the emergency signals didn't go off that would shut on the backup system. And so things weren't working out, and they didn't have any traffic lights for the whole day. And I don't know how many accidents ensued from that, but I could imagine it was quite chaotic. And I saw some footage live on the streets. It looked pretty wild. Everybody was out of their houses. Of course, the radios and TVs were down, unless you have battery powered stuff, which, a lot of people do nowadays. But kitchen appliances were down and stuff. So people were out in the streets, and it was pretty chaotic with like all the pedestrians going out there and like no traffic lights or anything. It got pretty nuts. And I think that might have been a hacker that was responsible for something like that, versus it could have been a glitch in their system. Now, if it was a glitch in their system, they're saying that could happen again, and this could go on. Now, when they say stuff like that, and they're not talking about trying to come up with a plan to do something better, it to me sounds more like a psyop, where they're just trying to get people ready for this to keep happening. Maybe not only there, but like elsewhere as well. So start to look out for something like that and be prepared. Get your battery stuff going.
We had this conversation, Chris and myself, the other day, and where was this? I think he's talking about Spain and Portugal and a little part of France. There was a lot of people affected. So, yeah, I mean, essentially, it's very interesting because we've got the high frequency auroral programs running, which is the HAARP, which involves using megawatts of electricity to generate high frequency waves, and a full complement of different wavelengths between the MW, the high frequency, and the VLF spectrum. And this generates a lot of movement, vibrations, and standing wave vibrations in the atmosphere, right up as close to the ionosphere as possible. In fact, a lot of the research that has been disclosed says that they are testing the ionosphere to see how it works, basically playing with sort of like giving a nuke to a kid and saying, hey, don't press the red button, boy. And so like we were speculating, that there are a number of things, like you said, it could be a hacker. It could very well be a hacker. Though one would imagine that there are AI systems protecting it. So these AI systems, one imagines, are more adept than hackers, because they're in their own element, sort of like very sufficient in its own element. It's not so easy for a human unless we're on our own ground. But it could very well be the case that there are AI hacking machines, right, that have been built by whoever. Could be syndicates that are working for shadow governments. But it could also be just the research that have been done with these HAARP devices, which are like these huge fields, for those of you that don't know. They got their power back the next day, as far as I know. So they were only out of power for like a day. But still, it's a shock, because it just shows how people freak out when they lose their mod comms. I was having this deep conversation with my girlfriend about this as well, just how weak we've become as people. Like in the old days, we used to take everything in our stride. But these days, it's panic stations. When things aren't the way we expected them, we're just so used to going to the tap and turning on the water, going to the electricity and hitting the light switch, plugging in your phone, and there is a phone reception. You're just so used to it. When the phone reception stops, it's a bit of a shock to people. So I do think that there's a lot to be looked at here. But with this, it could be to do with this research, people messing with the ionosphere, which messes with the resonant frequencies in the Earth, right? The Schumann resonance. In fact, it was Schumann that discovered induced induced atmospheric vibration. I think that's what they first put it down to, right? That's what they were talking about, induced atmospheric vibration. And for me, when I hear this word, it's interesting because it's induced, right? I'm like, well, just exactly who induced it and why? So it could be that this is something that's been discovered that can be done using these high frequency megawatt radio cannons at the higher frequencies on the planet to disturb it. So we have become quite adept at manipulating our macrocosm. We have become quite adept as a civilization, but to most of us, we're in the dark. So for you and I and everybody else there, we're in the shadows. This is the shadow of the world egg being exploited by a certain group of people that understand real physics and haven't given us the insight into real physics. And we're still trying to play catch up. They had us asking questions about whether chemtrails were real until they finally announced that they're going to start doing it officially, which means R&D is officially done. And R&D takes like decades, as you know. So they've been playing silly buggers with us for a long time. And so that's one possibility. The other possibility is there was a guy called, was it Michael Svat or Richard Svat? I think it's Michael Svat. He's a astrophysicist, astro engineer, and he had been researching what was called superwaves. And these superwaves are emanations from the center of the galaxy and how they affect the electric field and the sun and the magnetic fields and the gravitational fields of everything. And the high concentration of cosmic radiation, cosmic rays. And so you see there's another thing. When you start playing with these HAARP devices, and you guys can look this up. This isn't even in the domain of conspiracy theory anymore. It's a fact these devices exist. I did research to one in the UK which had a 5,000 mile range. Lateral 5,000 mile range. Vertically, I think we're going further than 5,000 miles. So, you know, a lot of range that they can literally heat up the atmosphere. And now, the way that this induced atmospheric vibration works is if you can create enough of a gradient of change of temperature from one sector of the atmosphere to another, you can end up with vibrations that move through the atmosphere. And these vibrations are going to affect the electrical potential. And then, of course, so that's one element of it. It could be natural. It could be the sun. It could be because we've been playing with the ionosphere with all our big boys, big girls toys that we've got built now, these HARP, that we've affected the ionosphere, which is why we've got this extreme movement, as we've noticed, of the aurora lights that are moving further and further south every year, as it's been recorded, as well as the fact that there are other crazy weather phenomena that are happening. Cosmic radiation, for those of you that don't know, can stop your heart. It can burn out your computer. It can completely destroy electrical infrastructure. That ionosphere is so important because it repels cosmic radiation on a fundamental level. And cosmic rays go through everything, by the way. Our computers are built with a kind of a attempt to protect it from potentials of cosmic rays, the CPU and the hard drive and all of this. So it's very interesting when we start to look at how this radiation works. And I think this is like an insight into how much has been hidden from us. Yeah? How much of true science has been hidden from us? How do we really know what's going on? They feed us nonsense in one ear and they feed us a different load of nonsense in the other ear. So like these are the possibilities. It's a hacker, A, or a consortium of hackers. B, it's us using military weapons which are secret. C, it's us playing with these HAARP, which could be the military weapon, but doing research with things we don't understand and causing consequences in the ionosphere. What happens when you fire up CERN to the ionosphere? Right? You affect the Schumann resonant field of the Earth. When you affect that, you affect the ionosphere. How much radiation can come through? We're playing with big toys. It could also just be natural phenomenon of our relation to the central galactic point where these super waves emit from, according to a lot of the research that has been done. And these super waves affect the frequency and intensity of our sun's potential. And so changing the radiation quality as well, which can have an effect on the ionosphere and all of our electrical infrastructure. So this was really what the Y2K was all about, wasn't it? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so. This whole political stunts being masked as something else and just putting people in total like quarantine. And then recently we had the Hurricane Helene hit my area over here in Western North Carolina. and we had no power for like a week, and we lost mobile services for like a month, and we had to go to hotspots to be able to reach people. Like nobody could contact anybody. It was impossible. And we had no ability to like get any data to like do anything on our phones. So it was a total blackout, and like even though you had battery powered devices, we had no service to anything. So you could just like play like old CDs on like a Discman or something is all you could do. You know, run a generator and like watch DVDs or something. So I've seen it firsthand, and like this kind of stuff really disconnects people. Just like with COVID, they're also telling people not to touch each other, and stay 6 feet apart, and all that stuff too. So, and not even being allowed to visit their own families. That was crazy.
You know, Shaman, you mentioned something earlier about like how do we trust the science? And I think I was just thinking now. I think that people approach science the way some people approach religion. Some people approach like religion where they sort of follow the book, they follow the scripture, they just do everything, or they take certain ideas from that scripture and they apply it to something else. And I think that when it comes to science, I think there's something similar to that. I think when we talked about with science, I think what we should do instead of trusting experts, I think that we should, for one, arm ourselves with scientific knowledge and arm ourselves with our ability to understand things scientifically, but not necessarily through an ideological lens. It's where we can take the scientific data and use it to form conclusions the same way you look at any, spiritual scripture, any kind of esoteric system, and use that to kind of inform your reasoning of reality. And science can be used as one of those tools. But I think what the point you're kind of bringing up here, Bush Whisper, is that it's not our science. It's not our scientific understanding. It's the scientific understanding of other people. And I think in the same way with shamanism, there is that, actually, now that I think about it, shamanism is like, in a way, because there's something scientific about it. Because in a way, what are you doing with shamanism? You're doing experiments. You're going out into the field. You're doing this, stuff with spirits, and you're just kind of like, okay, I'm going into there and I'm drawing my own conclusions about things. I'm drawing my own observations about the spirit world, and I'm drawing conclusions based on my own spiritual experiments. I think with science, I think that there should be a similar sense where we sort of inform our own understanding, so that way we can kind of keep the so-called experts in check, instead of just throwing science away, because I think it's definitely a useful tool in magic, but it's really about how you apply it and what you apply it to, because you can apply it to something that's pro-spirituality, and you can also apply it to that which is anti-spirituality. It's really how you use the tool. So I think when it comes to informing a world about how things work, I think it's good to like be self-reliant and have your own sort of scientific understanding of reality. Obviously, one that's open to other scientific theories and thoughts in case your theories are wrong, but one where you feel like you're able to make your own discernment and come up with your own conclusion instead of relying on experts. And I think that's also the same problem with religion. Instead of really relying on your own personal gnosis, your own personal experience, we're dependent upon some kind of expert priest class that tells things for us. And I think that's kind of like what it's really all about at the end of the day. It's being able to, obviously you listen to people. You don't want to be completely, self-absorbed in the way you process reality, but be able to look at things and say, you know what, I'm going to form my own conclusion based on what I think is reasonable and the evidence that I have, as opposed to just listening to someone else and just automatically taking their word for it without even fact checking them or coming up with your own analysis.
Hallelujah to that.
Yeah, well said. It's good that people are starting to question things. We've finally made some progress here in America against these toxic frankenfoods. And recently they just outlawed all of the synthetic food dyes that they've been putting in our food, like lake number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, and 5, and all these different food dyes.
I got to, I,
Damn
I
yellow
got to
food.
admit, for every thing that Trump gets, when he's in, things do seem to get better. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please carry on. But interesting, huh?
Yeah, and people are out here protesting against this tariff thing that Trump's been putting up to try to end or put a damper on the outsourced production. And some people see the light of the long-term benefit this could bring, but a lot of people are just pissed. They recently released like 40,000 employees from UPS because there's not as many parcels being delivered now. So it's taken a toll, and a lot of people have already lost their jobs. So it's understandable that people are kind of in outrage right now. I personally would like to see the end about overseas production, or at least a diminishment of it, and the beginning of American production to come back more than it is. You know, there's a little bit here, but I'd love to see a lot more.
Is UPS government post in the US?
Yeah.
I think the reason for that being is that private companies have taken over.
UPS, it's not government, I don't think, actually. No, it's a private one.
Is that a private one?
Parcel service, yeah. Like the Federal Reserve, it says it's United. It's federal, but
Interesting.
yeah, but the postal service is our federal parcel service.
Okay, so it is actually a private company. Well, that's very interesting. I was just noticing how this has changed in South Africa, like when it comes to postal stuff. It's very interesting. There's been a lot of strict laws made in South Africa. Do you think it could be to do with all of these, to mention Trump again, all of these trade restrictions and wars that are being waged, where a lot of companies used to ship stuff overseas and now they're dealing with red tape and they're like, you know what, screw it. Let's find a different solution. And then that probably means that a lot of people that were using these companies probably rely on Amazon. You see, Amazon, being very clever, they set up an Amazon in every country. So they aren't trading, right? They are sending their stock from America to their trading place, right? So they're not actually selling anything. They are just transferring their own stock within the internal systems, are they not? On behalf of their partners, but their partners signed contract that they are administrating the stock. So technically nothing is sold until it's somewhere else. It's very interesting the way they work, because I noticed they started an Amazon South Africa, there's an Amazon UK, there's an Amazon France, there's an Amazon, and they're all separate. I don't know if you know this. Yeah?
They're all separate.
They're all separate. If you go to Amazon.com, you can't deal with Amazon UK using the Amazon.com service. You have to go to Amazon.uk, and they've got different prices and different products on the listings, and they are selling for different companies.
Interesting.
Yeah. And Amazon seems to be like basically replacing a lot of these smaller companies these days, because it's easier for them to just sell through Amazon. So I wonder whether that's got to do with the globalist agenda towards creating super corporations to control us. And this sort of seems like it's getting off topic, but I don't think it is, because we're still looking at this, the shadow of the world egg. And this world egg is creating quite a big shadow. It's egging us on to become perfect little capitalists and little bots, right? And they haven't quite jammed the technology in our heads yet, but they want to. They want us all with little beep, 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 brr, beep, 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 little aerials in our heads. And, you know, wouldn't that be great? Because then they could put a thought monitor in there and monitor our thinking process and basically regulate what our brains are allowed to do. What a scary thought. So I do think that this regulation is a problem on a global level, because it all comes down to regulating us. I was having a conversation with a guy, Rick, from the Gnosis group, which is on Telegram, and he was saying to me that he saw the whole idea of Elon Musk's brain implants as a bit of a red herring. And I was like, yeah, I see where you're coming from. Because he was like, they've been doing this a long time. The technology isn't new. They've been monitoring us on so many subjective levels we can't even imagine it, using all the different technologies that they have. And our handsets, our phones are pretty apt, literally pretty apt up to the max to track us in every way, right down to our physiology. So, and I was saying, yeah, but I think there's a psychological warfare here that they want. They want us to resign. They want us to acknowledge that they have control over our bodies. And that in order for us to get jobs and be functional in the world, we need to get upgraded. I think this is where the future's going. Right? I think this is how they're going to do it. They're going to upgrade all of the systems in the world to be AI systems that are working interface with robotic systems. And that in order for you to be able to do anything functional in the world, you will have to be able to integrate with an AI and a robotic system. Does that sound too far-fetched to you guys? What do you think?
No, I don't think that sounds far-fetched at all. I feel like they're trying to mimic stuff from like the author that created Terminator and The Matrix. And iRobot seems like along the same lines. But they're kind of like have already been talking about the automaton since the Greco-Roman times. Been working to like have a slave force and work towards replacing it with automatons. Whether they just do away with the slave force and exile them to their own good or whatever, or they just let people integrate into high society and let the automatons do the dirty work is to be said. But there's been a lot of like communist movies and books about like the bourgeoisie and the proletariat working force and the bifurcation of the two and how they kind of are opposed from each other and would not necessarily integrate in a situation where the automatons will come in.
Isn't it funny that if you think about like the whole trajectory of this, about the idea of basically creating robots and AI to replace everything, and if you think about this, we've worked for the past 4,000 years so that we can build something so that we don't have to work. That's just kind of insane to me. Like, you know, we spent all this time building and working just so we don't have to work and build robots that do all the work for us. It's kind of crazy.
Well, I think that's quite an interesting concept. And I think like it's like I was explaining to my son today. When I was sort of like clamping down on him and controlling his Minecraft. He's totally restricted, dude. And he hasn't touched it in like gosh, when last did he touch Minecraft? It's been like more than a month. He hasn't even been allowed access. So today he just got his first access back, and he was thrilled, absolutely thrilled. But he had to go and take the rubbish out. There was a whole lot of list of things he had to do. And he was like, it was like weighing down on him when I was explaining to him that like, this is what life is about, my boy. It's about doing things. It's about what you do. I was like saying to him, you see how daddy's often working, and daddy has to organize my daddy's life and his work around his working, or his everything around his work. This is how life is. You need to have activity. You need to have agency. Namaste, know thy enemy. How are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're shining and smiling. So, you know, I do think that this is definitely a thing, you know, that we are running away from in this world, because basically we're being taught that why should you work when you can just buy cryptocurrency and make money, right? Isn't that what all the youngsters are doing? They're trading crypto, and so they're getting rich off of other people's work. That's what getting rich of crypto amounts to, right? Like getting into the system and noticing, okay, the banksters and the banksters are all scamming the system. So if you play this system, you can help this, but banksters, you can scam the system while they're scamming the system, and everybody else loses out. And so this is what's going on, you know. Big love, man, big love. So I do think that like there's this attitude of disdain towards actual work, which is becoming more and more of a thing. And I think it's a real problem, because when I was a child, we used to get told, I'm sure you guys have heard this, like, idle hands do devil's work. And so what have I got up here? I've got a picture of a plaque of Ahriman, right? This is, I'm not sure where this particular image comes from, but Ahriman is often related to, there's a lion element, there's a serpentine element to it. And when I speak of Ahriman, I'm sort of tracking into Steiner's work. Obviously, it was done in German, so, like, you know, translation, there are going to be issues. Let's call it what it is. So there are these polarities that Steiner continually refers back to, which seems to me to be reflecting, in as best as the translations that I've looked at seems to insinuate, that there is this fundamental sort of polarity happening in the world. One is Luciferian and one is Ahrimanic. And so I've sort of considered the Ahrimanic and the Luciferian, and I've looked at it and I thought, well, that's very interesting, because the Luciferianism is all about I, right? I, my desires, my freedom, and separating myself from matter and going off into an ethereal realm of pure spirituality, an escapist attitude. And then there's the Ahrimanic, where I have duty and responsibility, and I'm stuck and trapped in that duty and responsibility, which is outwardly, worldly associated. And to its extremity, it relates to control structures of humans becoming controlled on a unilateral front by a higher power, and I don't mean spiritual necessarily, but it could be. And everybody becoming autonomon, or, you know, like acting as like little Autobots, if you will, autonomatrons. Is that what they're called? So, and then of course the Luciferian is doest thy will. You know the idea in chaos magic, you can do no wrong, just have fun, do your thing. And so these like polarities, I think, are rather fundamental, and I think they reflect very well with Ahriman, with the macrocosm, with the worldly association, and Lucifer with the microcosm, with the personal association, and the personal association towards freedom, and Ahriman with the worldly association towards being locked in to the world's cause and effect paradigms, and to the time of the physical plane, and to the structures of limitation which are so fundamental in the physical world, like time, weather, temperature, resources. All of these things seem to be under the domain of the Ahrimanic control. And all of the things on the inner plane, you know, the spiritual powers, the spiritual insights, that ability to transcend the physical form, seems to be under the domain of the Luciferian elements. And so we could think of the Lucifer and the Ahriman as being symbols that relate to the macrocosm, the world, and the microcosm, the inner. And I think that the inner and the outer are human constructs. I don't think they necessarily exist as separate entities, but we have humanized them through our anthropomorphic lens, and that anthropomorphic lens causes the objectivity of subjective experience to become this paradigm of transference of our emotional context, of the narrative of our lives and our stories onto the world around us. And then there's the feedback loop of the global worldly narrative that feed back to us, which is being used to program us with psyops. What do you guys think about these two polarities as being essentially a human construct of thought and ideology?
Yeah, I think that's spot on. And I feel like it's up to anybody's guess as to whether the nanobots are at play as well, in all this. But we know that there's already like so many automated things that are replacing certain positions that people used to have. And, there's so many ideas that have been implanted in our minds through the media that have been pushed on us. Whereas through literature, when we put out books before our screens and devices came into play, when people use their imagination to interpret those things, it kind of becomes their own thing. But when we show people these images on these screens and these devices, then it really implants a lot. And there's also could be subliminal things that we're not really aware of that are being put on us from this technology. So, there's so much there that you could start to question. And some people are like toxically allergic to the screens and the fluorescent lights and the EMFs, and so they go into blackout areas where they're free from all this stuff.
Yeah, I think. Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Bush Whisperer, I think the key word that you mentioned earlier was the term automatic, because one of the things I think about in terms of the idea of automatic, devices, automatic robots, automatic whatever, but I also think that, the atheist materialist model of the universe says that everything is automatic. And so I think by bringing automation into the world, we're used to thinking of things as being, automatic in a sense, not something spontaneous, not something organic. And it's like the more we get immersed in machine sort of reality, so to speak, the more we think of ourselves as machines, and the more we think of ourselves as not having a spirit and not having a soul, because we can explain every aspect of consciousness through this kind of automatic lens. And I think if we're talking about a psyop, like this is a psyop that's sort of hiding in plain sight when you think about kind of how we structure the narratives of ourselves. And I think that even when we talk about ourselves, we're using like more automated like language. Like think about how like the term like life hack is like popular now. How about how you're sort of hacking your brain, or you find a glitch to exploit something. It's all this like computer language, all this computer narrative. And that what that reinforces is the idea that you are a computer, you are a machine. And that's the real thing that they want to convince us of, is that we ourselves are nothing but automatic machines. And the other thing I really kind of kind of get a little bit political here, but when I think about like different types of authoritarianism, both your left-wing variants and your right-wing variants, one of the things I've realized that when it comes to these authoritarian ideologies, one of the things that they seem to both have in common is that they don't believe that human beings essentially have either free will or autonomy. Well, usually they don't have free will unless they subscribe to their ideology, of course, once they get that. But then they're just losing their free will. So it's just kind of a, I don't know, it's just like some snake oil stuff. But I think really, I think that's why it's important to sort of like go outside in nature and be around trees and stuff, because then you're surrounded by things that are organic, things that are sort of spontaneous. And then by relating to trees as being alive and plants and animals and being alive, then you can see yourself as being alive. And I think there's a kind of we're talking about, Lucifer and Ahriman, but there's definitely kind of a Thanatarian kind of energy, this sort of this death cult sort of thing, where we're just sort of becoming this I think that's really the psyop itself, is turning us into machines essentially, and removing our sense of life force and humanity so that we're fully automatic. And that the thing is that, when we live in a culture where it's almost like people like the idea that they don't have free will, because it frees them from the sense of responsibility in life and frees them of any kind of accountability too. And there's this normalization of, believing that we're all deterministic, that we don't have free will. And it's interesting, there's different variants of this determinism, I've realized, because you have the standard determinism that comes from the scientific side, that you are sort of biologically determined. But then there's the Marxist types who also say there's a more of a kind of a historical or cultural determinism. You are a product of your society. You're a product of your environment. But I think we have to also remember, at the end of the day, there is this and this is kind of what the Fae have been teaching me on kind of a spiritual level, that we have a kind of a wild and feral side to who we are, that animalistic side that, if you really tap into, they can't control it and they're afraid of it. If you can find that inner animal within you, not necessarily in this kind of like a savage, brutal way, but when you just kind of get to a place where you feel like you're just sort of an animal operating in your natural instincts, you can then start to see yourself as being, organic and being alive, and seeing yourself as something that's spontaneous and unpredictable and chaotic and not deterministic. Because at the end of the day, when you think about like yourself being chaotic, that's a good thing, because that's essentially addressing and informing you is that you do have free will. Because if we were just beings of just pure order and just pure predictable programmability, there would really be no room for any kind of self or free will or volition. So you got to learn. I think this is also, in a way, in seeing the good side of chaos, that side of you that can sort of get outside of the Ahrimanic order and realize that you are more than a machine. You are more than an automaton. And most importantly, you are more than some kind of, you transcend your culture and your physiology, and you're a soul with consciousness and individuality and your, free will. And obviously we're controlled by society to some extent, and just sort of the narrative, just by, interacting with people and getting raised by parents and media and so forth. But I think we always need to remember that there is a side that is of ourselves that is truly untouched by those kinds of forces. And I think if we want to, break free of the matrix, whether it be physically, mentally, psychologically, or emotionally, the Fae have kind of taught me that's the kind of the part of yourself you need to, explore and discover what that is. I'm not necessarily, going off to like, take off your clothes and go berserk in the streets with wild. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. But really finding that aspect of yourself that is not machine-like, that has not been mechanized psychologically by the narratives of society. Finding that the organic soul within, rather than and sort of like seeing past the mechanical aspects of the soul that they've added to us. I think your mic is off, Indy.
Yeah, I can see how they've pushed us towards seeing ourselves as robots and machines, and they make a lot of analogies as like we think like a robot, we think like a machine, or these machines are so powerful, like the people say like it's not as powerful as a human mind, but they're comparing it to the human mind, like how many gigabytes would the human mind have, like, and so they're kind of like reducing it down to a materialist view where like we're worth the amount of data storage that we can use and have, or things like that. And Western medicine is a lot like that, in the sense that we're seen as like a machine, and they take out parts and they can put in other parts from another body just because we need like a replacement or something. And in Eastern medicine, that's very much not the case, and those kind of things are very sparingly done. So you can see a drastic difference between the way that we do things in the West and how that's being pushed onto the rest of the world, and the way that the old ways of things were. so crucially different, where there was more of a deeper connection with the nature and the healing remedies and elixirs and aspects of nature around us that we could use, along with like meditation and prayer and things of the sort, to help ourselves and heal ourselves, instead of this synthetic world now where people need to go under these surgeries or have these synthetic petroleum based pill medicines that are really snake oil a lot of times or have so many side effects. But there's certain things they do, like they tried to create this Alzheimer medicine. It turned out to actually help people grow teeth. So I think they're experimenting with that in Japan right now to help people see if they can help people grow their teeth back. Ozempic is supposed to help people lose weight, and it only helps people like lose like 5 pounds or something, and then they end up exposed to like so many risk factors, and there's a lawsuit against them because people have been really compromised. But they found that it could actually help heal fatty liver disease as a side effect they didn't expect or know about. They just recently discovered that. So there's all these little surprises that come up from these things. But at the same time, you know, there's probably a natural way of going about this. It's not going to have all those side effects. So, you know, sometimes if you're that far along in the condition, you need sick care system. But hopefully we can not.
That's very interesting. You know, people growing back teeth makes me think about, you know, what causes old age. Yeah. And
Yeah.
like when our bones and our teeth stop to repair themselves, you know, and the brains somehow connected. There's a Saturnial element there. It's very interesting. An interesting question was popped up here by PK. You know, could a being without free will have an argument / discussion that there's no such thing as free will? And this is a narrative that's been quite put out there, isn't it? Like an idea that's been like propagated. It didn't just pop up on its own. And I've often questioned the nature of free will myself. You know, just how free is the will? Because there are these ideas that, you know, our thoughts, we don't choose our thoughts. But I think we do choose our thoughts. You see, people say, well, can you choose your thoughts? Well, how do I choose my thoughts? I choose my thoughts by choosing my lifestyle, right? I choose my thoughts by choosing what I read, by choosing what media I indulge in, by choosing what I do with my time. By choosing what I do with my time, my thoughts will become in alignment. Like if I spend all of my time farming vegetables, I'll probably spend a lot of time thinking about that, right? If I spend a lot of time playing computer games, I'll probably think about that. If I spend a lot of time. So I think that like the will isn't free in the sense that it's free, but I think there's a lot of freedom to entrain the will. So the will is like an echo. Yeah? Like example, somebody who watches a lot of pornography will probably be trying to use their will to meet a woman and have sex. Why? Because they spend all their time feeding their unconscious with pornography and sexual stimuli, symbolism. Isn't that what they're going to be wanting to use their will for? So the thoughts that they will have will be related to that. But somebody who spends their time in a religious organization as a nun or a priest, their will might be differently aligned. I don't know. This is a really interesting question. What do you guys think about this question on the table at the moment about free will?
You know, I think one of the reasons that the whole free will debate is so confusing for people is I think that I've been thinking lately that both, because we only think of it in absolutes. We only think that there is no free will at all, or we have absolute total control of our free will. I think it's more of a spectrum, honestly. I think that people have, I think honestly, it's like the more conscious you are, the more free will you have. It's like something that you earn and accumulate over time through practice and, you know, understanding. I think the more you kind of understand yourself and your role, the more free will you unlock. But I think at the same time, when I look at the causality of my life, some people say, well, you don't make any decisions for yourself because, you've been, your whole life, you've been raised a certain way, you have a certain biological makeup, and those things solely determine your factor. Then there's the idea that, you have this eternal soul that is sort of outside of the causality of the physical world, and that has a sort of a will that is outside. I think it's kind of like a collaboration. I think in a lot of ways, it's like when I think about my will and what I do in my life, it's almost like me and God are kind of collaborating and working on a project together. So it's like partially my will and partially sort of the will of the goddess or whatever that brings things into fruition. I think when it comes to the free will discussion, I think everybody has some degree, everything has some degree of free will, and everything has some degree of influence that is not necessarily free will, because we have our free will and then we interact with the will of other people, and that influences our will, but then my will also influences their will. And so I don't think it's easy to say. I think that there's the positions where, on the one hand, where we're totally deterministic, we have no choice of our thoughts and words and actions, versus the opposite, where it's like the Christian worldview. It's like where you have like you're guilty of every single thought you have. Everything is your responsibility. Everything. And I think there's a nice middle ground between those two extremes. In fact, I think in general in life, like, I really think that one of the wisest stories they ever teach us is Goldilocks and the Three Bears, because that whole story is about, finding the balance between extremes. This porridge is too hot. This one's too cold. This porridge is just right. This bed's too hard. This bed's too soft. And this bed's just right. And I find when it comes to like both philosophy and beliefs and religion and the cult, this dynamic just always seems to be true. This idea, there's always these awful extremes that have all these, messed up implications. And there's this kind of this monkey paw effect where you get one good thing and there's something that bad comes with it. But when you kind of find the middle ground between those extremes, you start to look at the issue with a lot more clarity and lucidity and without as much bias as you did before. So I think I would say on the position of free will is that I do believe in free will to a relative sense, but I'm not a free will absolutist.
Yeah, in ancient Taoism, they would say that the free will is malleable, and that human nature is malleable, that we're not set out to be a certain way, but we're influenced strongly by those around us. And so if we see people use problem-solving techniques or certain coping mechanisms around us, we'll subconsciously emulate those. And a lot of people aren't aware of this, but we do that with our parents. When they raise us, we emulate the ways that they raise us, and then raise our kids that way in a lot of ways, oftentimes. Sometimes we will consciously try to correct that, but oftentimes if we don't, we just kind of follow in their footsteps, even though we're not aware of that, and we might deny it. But there's a lot of things that we emulate from the world around us. Now we see people that are brought up in more of a devout kind of surroundings will become more innocent, where people who are brought up in more of corrupt surroundings will be a little bit more corrupt. And then sometimes there's a flip-flop where somebody will try to go against the ways of those around them, where they reject those cultures, and they'll try to go for the other one and go see what the other side is like. When it's too extreme, that oftentimes will happen. So things work out better when there's somewhat of a balance between the two. And but people are going to really emulate what the people around them do. And oftentimes we just copy others and emulate their behaviors. And we try to come up with a lifestyle that's going to be synonymous with other ones so that we can have a social environment. So that kind of influences the ways that we choose to be and the lifestyles that we choose to take and the preferences we choose to have. Of course, there's really not too many other options really available, but really eccentric people will find them. There's always something that other people are like not even familiar with, that they may or may not appeal to when they first get exposed to it. But I think as far as free will goes, there's a lot there that has to do with the ability to be in harmony from free will. Now, oftentimes, there'll be a model that will be kind of pushed down to us, whether we will compromise uh, ourselves for those around us or compromise those around us to benefit the self. And oftentimes, people will have these models pushed on them that it's okay to work other people over and get ahead by pushing others down. And the people that do that will have greater upward mobility in capitalism, usually. But then there's people that will say that you can do better by sharing and working together with everybody, and bringing them up with you. And those people usually don't go as far in capitalistic models, but will have much more harmonic life and community.
Yeah, I think there's a lot there to unpack with what you guys are both saying. I mean, from the practical utilitarian, like you're saying, fitting into the world and the worldview. I do get the sense that I hope my audio is okay. It seemed like there was a bit of an echo, but it seems like it's okay now. What I'm looking at here, which is something quite interesting, which is basically along the lines of what was being said by Howard earlier, which is thoughts are spirits. And like, this is actually why I'm curious by the free will conversation. To me, the free will conversation isn't a conversation unto itself, but it's a when you want to get onto the highway, you need to take a road that goes onto the highway. When you want to get off the highway, you need to take a road that goes off of the highway. This is one of those connecting roads from my perspective. But the real conversation for me is, what are thoughts? What are thoughts? Where do they exist? Because we can talk about free will, and I think free will comes back to our thoughts, right? What we've got in our minds, our worldview, our ideology, these are all linguistic patterns, right? Our worldview, what we think of the world, what we think is going on globally, what we think is who we think we are, how we think we fit into the world, what are the paradigms of reality, what are the laws of physics, is the world round, square, shaped, flat, concave, convex, invex, outvex, is it just a dimensional series of frequency oscillations that our imagination turns into physical reality? Is it all of the above, all simultaneously? And you get to choose which one you live in. There are all these different notions, which to me seem to be a linguistic expression of identity that we struggle with, and we basically leave ourselves locked into these particular religious convictions that we have, whether it's science or religion or atheism or materialism, whichever religion we ascribe to. I think it's really hard to step out of religion. Even if we think we're not religious, we are likely religious. I catch myself often being religious. I catch myself being my dad, like you were saying, Indy, catch myself being my dad. I'm like, hey, who's that remind you of? So, this idea of thoughts. And so when I think of microbes, I think of the little beings that live within our consciousness, right? And namaste, our tuition, and namaste, unpronounceable creature, Euro Krita, funny symbols, whatever that is. When I think of microbes, they seem to be the fundamental structure. We look at how they communicate beneath trees, in soil. They seem to be an avenue for information flow. This mushroom kingdom, if we can call them that. It seems to be a network of living substance that conducts a lot of information. Hence, trees are able to operate. In our body, we have this microbial, same thing happening, yeah? Between our cells and our tissues and our systems. Half of the cells in our body are not our own. These are microbes. Using like information systems to basically run. So our bodies seem to be like machines in a way, but biological, molecular machines. And I see this materialistic attitude towards like mechanistic thinking, like Cosmic was saying, you know, they want us to be locked into your body's a machine, so you, your body, you're a machine. But then there's thoughts. So the microbes seem to regulate the macrocosm. This is the mind-blowing thing. So just like if you got like something to hold on to it tight. So the macrocosm is the big outer world. The microcosm is the small inner world. The macrocosm is held together by microbes and atoms. Okay, this is wow. Okay, so the really small things keep the big thing together. That so-called small part of us, which is the inner, is held together by thoughts. I think thoughts are the opposite of microbes. I think when we're talking about macrobes, we're talking about thought. I think thoughts are living beings that are huge, that encompass us. And these living beings are traveling through this world. So the same way that the microcosms, which is channeling to these thoughts, are the substance of matter, the microbes, I believe, are the substance of our patterning within ourselves. So, example, what was what my girlfriend was talking about? She was talking about candida, and how when you've got candida, this thing takes over your consciousness, it takes over your mind, it takes over what you want to eat, it takes over your patterns, what you want to do, what conditions you want your body to be in. And then it starts to change your patterns of day to day. It makes you want to be more lethargic and not move around, not burn energy. Because your body wants to conserve all of its sugar energy for the candida to grow, right? So that living beings actually hijacks your consciousness. What an interesting concept. In the same way that with magic, the macrobe being of thought hijacks the world. Right? So the macrocosm operates through the microbes to influence the microcosm. The macro beings operates through the microcosm to influence the macrocosm. Can you see this yang yin story going on here? You can see it as a beautiful yang yin. So within this macrocosm, there's the microbes. And that influences the microcosm. Within this microcosm, there's the macrobes. And the macrobes influences the macrocosm. And so there's this, caduceus wand idea of these twin serpents, which is the reference of the toric field, expanding from a point of contraction, which is reflecting expansion, and contracting towards a point of contraction, which is reflecting expansion, which if you think about the concept is like completely, it's quite a thing to bend your mind in those directions, to appreciate all of those forces coming together. And so that brings us back to these thoughts. So this is why I consider thoughts to be macrobes, not tiny little things. The biggest things that we engage with are thoughts, and they run through the entirety of the world. In fact, we program the very world with these macrobes, these thoughts. And what we take into our body programs our consciousness. Do we take in alcohol? Do we take in cocaine? Do we take in meat? Do we take in genetically modified food? Do we take in too much dairy? Do we take in too much sugar? And bring candida into our bodies? What is our body's requirements of balance? This is where it comes into it. A certain amount of certain things, certain bodies require a different requirement of needs. And so why do bodies require certain needs? Why are we being schooled into feeding our bodies complete sugar wheat, sugar wheat, sugar wheat, sugar wheat, and hydrogenated fats, because that kind of energy gives these wrong microbes an environment to breed in. And when those wrong microbes breed in that environment, they go into our microcosm through this macrocosmic body of the world, and they seep into us and change our attitudes, make us become like TV vegetables that don't have energy to go and do anything. Like, why should I climb the mountain? I can just sit on my couch and watch Netflix, right? Why should I do anything? I got AI to do it for me. Why should I get up and clean my house? I'll just get a robot to clean my house, right? Like this attitude of slothfulness, which I think is what microbes are programming. And I think it comes back to the conversation we were having earlier, Cosmic, where you were talking about this attitude towards, not doing, people wanting to just let things be done. And that also then brings us to the macrobe element. When we allow our microcosm to be so programmed by the microbes of the macrocosm, then our microcosm is engagement with macrobes becomes, well, maybe we should just be follow the same attitude, allow whichever macrobes are prevalent in our surroundings to just move through us and dictate how the world will change. And I think that we don't realize how much of an engagement we have with the macrocosm through the macrobes, which are our thoughts, living beings. What do you guys think of this as a concept to tie the knot between animism, materialism, and pan-psychism in one interesting bow?
That's a lot like I've been working on a project that's a lot like that, called the mitochondrial hive mind theory, which would suggest that, like you've said, there are microbes that are on our body that are not human microbes that influence us, like through the polyvagal nerve, the microbes in our gut influence our mood. And like candida, it's like a parasitic infection of a microbe that we can get, doesn't cooperate with us. It kind of manipulates us and drives up our appetite for sugar, which doesn't really help us for our metabolism and things. So that is a thing. But also, when we have our own thoughts, it's found that in our own human cells, the mitochondria, which have 16 chromosomes in a circular genetic ring, like all other prokaryotic bacterial cells, they are dominant in our neurons, and there's 10 times as many of them proliferating in our neurons, especially in our central nervous system, in our brain, to orchestrate our thoughts and behaviors. So I feel like that the endogenous mitochondria have a strong influence on, maybe they're sailing along these macrobes and using these macrobes of thought that are here in what are referred to as morphic fields of resonance by Rupert Sheldrake, but it's spoke of as the noosphere by Rudolf Steiner. And there's many people have a word for this mental world where there are these thoughts that we can utilize and that connect us with other minds. And I feel like there's a strong connection between us, and we have resonance with what we see as our past lives, and then resonance with other like godly figures that resonate with our archetypes or our own waves of being and stuff. So I feel like there's a really big connection there with the work that I do, but in itself, that's a beautiful system that you have there. I love that, the connection between the microcosm and the macrocosm and the macrobes and the microbes. That's well put together. That's very, very brilliant. Yes.
Yeah, and one thing I was thinking about the other day, I was like, cells are basically Zerfaxes. They have a membrane. They got, like, that's kind of how I came up with the whole idea of the Zerfaxes kind of modeled after the sort of the biological cell. And if you think about it, like this is what now we're getting into actual some Zarfexology stuff here. That's kind of how. So the whole structure of the cell, that there's a sort of there's like a membrane that surrounds a certain perimeter of being, if you will. And I think if you think about reality exists, that's what a Zerfax is. If you look, out into your field of vision right now, you see a circle. There's sort of an edge to where your vision is. There's an edge to where you see the horizon in your external environment. And sort of the world around you, your own personal universe that you're seeing with your own three-dimensional, 5 senses, that in a sense is like a kind of macrocosmic cell that you exist in. So that's kind of what the whole Zarfexology theory is, that it looks at universes, like sort of personal subjective universes that we experience as cells within a much larger body. So the way I look at like the whole concept of a Zarfex is it's like a universe that's like a sort of in the same way that a body is a cluster of individual cells, the idea is that sort of the Zarfex is sort of a cluster of individual universes coming together to become a kind of superorganism. And so I think, this kind of like ties into all the work that I'm doing by kind of like, coming with a more organic epistemology, because that is something I think when it comes to the mechanical metaphor, I think like even going back to ancient religions, like if you think about like the creation myth in Christianity, where God is just kind of like creating the world through just kind of like these hand motions. God created, the heavens and the earth. God created the trees and the earth and the moon, but there's almost like it's kind of like mechanical in the same way you just kind of click a button and something appears, you AI generate something. It's almost like a lot of these old creation myths, like specifically something like the biblical one, has a sort of there's almost like a proto-mechanical epistemological approach, whereas I think a lot of these other older, deeper religions, there's always kind of like a mother-father aspect, and the universe was created kind of like organically through birth or whatever. And this idea that everything comes from some kind of like, because I think if you think about what a machine is, and like the essence of what we're trying to achieve with a machine is akin to the concept of perfection, a perfect organism, a thing that can do things perfectly, effortlessly, without any kind of obstacles or whatever, and try to forcing that perfection onto the world. But it's kind of hard to force that perfection onto things when everybody has their own individual will. When you kind of want to force perfection onto the world, people having their own individual will and their own individual concept of perfection becomes a problem. So then you have to create this kind of narrative of everything is a machine, and then so people just then conform to your idea of what you think perfection is, because that's, I think at the end of the day, the strive towards the mechanistic and the automatic is the strive towards a perceived perception of perfection.
I think there's a lot there, and I think there's definitely, like, to go back to where you started from, there's definitely a relationship between the design patterns of the macrocosm with the divine relation to the design patterns of the microcosm. And so the inner realities are going to be somehow reflected in the outer realities, from one cell to another, one real T to another real T. It's really a T, right? It's a T. It's a time junction. It's a Saturnial point of confluence and influence, which is time's domain. And so we talk about reality and realty, got to do with the buying and selling of the segments of reality, which is quite an interesting concept, space and time. We've had a couple of really interesting questions, and I want to get back to what you said about machine. So I'm going to put it out there so I don't forget it. Machine. But I didn't want to let this go too far behind until, I wonder what is the nature of our thoughts before we had formalized speech and language as humans, right? So this is a question or a musing by our tuition. And was it feelings and instincts? And I think that's quite apt. I think feelings and instincts are, well, I think instincts are how feelings become reflected by passion. I think feelings become passion. Passion becomes desire. And desire becomes instincts. And then instincts are also locked into the physical system. And there was also an interesting point here by unpronounceable name, Socrates. Socrates, is that right? Socrates. In our thoughts of imagination, when we ask our own self, who's the one giving us ideas? Is it our memories from the past or something else? That's an interesting concept as well. You know, is it our memory from the past? How much of reality is remembered? And by remember, I mean, like, you know, this is one member, this is one member, this is one member, one member. Was it Isis's husband that was dismembered? And she wanted to remember him, but she couldn't find his penis, so she gave him a golden one. And she remembered him with his new golden penis, and voila, he was good to go. She rode him like a pony and had a baby, and that baby became Horus. Is that right? Horus? Yeah. So this is the story of remembering, you know, and just so I think a lot of remembering is an interesting question from a shamanic perspective of time. Does the past really exist? Does the future really exist? Or is the future and the past like a pivoting scale? Set of pivoting scales between the present. And if we change our present orientation, does the past literally change? Does the future change? Can memory change? Can we side jump to another parallel universe version of this reality? Just exactly how fixed is this reality? How much of it is just a reflection of consciousness? How much of it is just a Maya that we're holding in our minds, in our hearts, in our consciousness, which is a reflection of the activities of imagination, which is another point that gets pointed out here as well. You know, in our thoughts of imagination, when we ask our own self, what's the one giving us ideas? We just covered that one. And then how do we know if we never had experience or, you know, from a past to remember it? I think this is quite important. I think, you know, that really comes down to fundamentalism. If we really fundamentally get a grasp of reality, we start to immediately travel back to our thoughts of the past, and the thoughts of our past seems to inform the future. Interesting, the information. So thoughts inform reality. So reality would have no form without thoughts. So this is Pingala at action. So Pingala is the activity of thought, the pineal gland, the thalamus, running through this hot current of energy that's active, that's got that yang potential to create form. And then the yin, which is the emotion, which is the pituitary and the hypothalamus and the idda current in the body, that cool descending lunar current, as opposed to the warm electron-based solar current. In other words, we're talking more about magnetism and gravity when we're speaking about the moon's qualities. That particular quality is not about informing, it's not about information, that's about qualifying. Okay, so you qualify with quality. So the quality of the feeling that I'm feeling is an impulsive experience of a vibration. Do I get a good vibe from this dude or a bad vibe? No, I get a bad vibe from this dude. He's not cool. Don't want him near my kid. Right? It's how we operate. Don't like the energy of this person. I don't want him near my child. Like, you know, so that as a parent, we automatically use this intuition and impulse in order to protect our loved ones, because, like, you know, and you go into public, there's a lot of people out there, and you decide like who you want around your kid and who you don't want around your kid, because children are very impressionable. So in the sense, that qualifying effect, which qualifies the qualities. So the one is to inform, to create form, and the quality or the qualification of that form is based upon the energy. The energy is the vibe, is the vibration. What energy is flowing through that form? And there is a relativity between this form must carry this kind of energy. That form must carry that kind of energy, because the right kind of energy is attracted to the right kind of form. And the right kind of form produces the right kind of energy, and vice versa. So there is this astral and etheric dance between energy and form being Pingala and thought, and energy being the emotion. So, bringing us back to like the original question asked about like, what were we doing before we were thinking rationally? Rat is, Ganesha rides the rat. Rat is to do with the logos, is to do with the organizing of information in linguistic patterns. Hence Ganesha, who rides the rat, he is the scribe of the gods, and he breaks off his tusk in order to write. And so he writes all the divine knowledge down on his parchment, which is why you'll see Ganesha with a scroll. He is the equivalent of Hermes, the holder of the law, of the knowledge. So, and this writing has got to do very much closely relating from a symbolic and mythological standpoint to this information field being drawn and put down onto sort of solid matter, as it were. So you can see how these qualities operates. So there's some interesting thoughts being shared here by and there's more. These are just the ones that I've just been able to grab in the in this last few minutes while you were talking. Another thing mentioned is the guardian upon the threshold. That's a very important point. We've discovered this a lot in the roundtables and the discussions. I think this is a fundamental part of both the microcosm and the macrocosm, and it seems to be a governing factor of the macrobes, of the thoughts, and reflecting to the world. And so we see how synchronicity works in relation on a macrocosmic level, and how on an inner microcosmic level, the expansion of our consciousness. So we're looking at the principle of three, the Jupiterian expansion of consciousness within us, that Luciferian current to move towards a higher state of frequency of understanding, rationalizing the universe. And then we're looking at that number 5 as reflecting the mercurial information as it is being recorded and stored, and how the Virgo element of Mercury, of 5, is putting this all down into a proverbial library, liber ari, ori meaning light, liber meaning life, liber ori, library, life of light. So you programming matter with light, which is the quality of the astral plane, in order to produce this synchronous physical reality that we are so accustomed with. But much of that is really informed by the qualities that are inferred upon them through the emotional intelligence. And so we like to think in terms of being rational, but really, what is rational? Are we ever really rational? I mean, we like to say that we are being objective. But to be objective, one has to subjectively be objective. And when one wishes to be subjective, one has to objectively be subjective. So what is this real difference between the subjectivity of the emotional ida current of consciousness, which reflects the emotional intelligence, the moods and the feelings of the pituitary and the hypothalamus, or the so-called objective harnessing of the information field that produces the form of the sephirot, whereby the chakra energy of the astral is able to flow through and bring quality of color to the structured form patterns of the sacred geometry of the etheric plane, which is essentially the Pingala, and the sun as a symbol, which is producing the electrical principles that become electron boundaries. And so we've got the boundaries being created by the electrons and the fields, and then we've got the integral, that which integrates things, the qualities of the magnetic and the gravitational fields that hold the space for the electrical bombardment of particles to become physical objects. And so the physical objects being bound in form, the number 4 requires the number 5's potential to bring that 7 into play, so that we can have that energetic transferal and we have movement and progression of the physical plane. Otherwise, this physical plane would just be like that, but it's moving. So there's a constant change of quality, and as the qualities are being changed into the form paradigm as per the calibration of the wheels of color and sound and vibration into this, it produces the shifts and changes necessary. So there's like a lot of really interesting comments and questions and ideas being propagated here. This guardian, I think, is that sort of middle point. If you want to consider it as the scales of justice, right? I would say that the Justice Tarot card has a lot to share with us with regards to this idea and this pattern. I'll pop it up onto the screen so that we can roll with it and get it flowing and growing and mowing. So here we have this Justice card. Oh, we don't. Donatello, I should have present or invite. Present. So let me share a screen quickly. I thought I had kept the share screen on. Oh, and by the way, guys, when we share screen, make sure you turn off the audio tab on the bottom right. I've noticed that's what causes our audio to go all weird, by the way, the moment we've got that on. So here we can see this Justice card, and I think this has got a lot to do with that principle of that governing factor. And you see this reflected in other reflections of this principle, as in you see the devil, right? And so when you look at the devil, you see like what's going on here. We've sort of brushed on this as well in other roundtables, but I think it's worth considering, because I think there's a lot of relevancy to all of this and understanding just exactly what this is. So here we can see a very similar idea being propagated, right? So we look at the devil and we see the scales have been replaced by these two. And we see the hand structure and the wings. And now we've got a flaming torch, which is basically putting a fire under someone's butt. Adam's getting a fire put under his butt, basically. And when we look at the other one, we see the same idea, but in a different polarity, right? So instead of the left hand with a downward pointing fiery principle that's putting a fire in the butt, we've got the scales here. And on the other hand, we have the active tool, which is the sword, but the sword is pointing up, which gives us the reflection or the idea behind this potential of discrimination towards truth. And when we see here this right hand, right, when we see this devil card, we can see the right hand. If we look at it closely, you see the separation between the finger of the Sun and Mercury and the finger of Saturn and Jupiter. There's a reflection there in that V in the fingers, and that V, I think, has a lot to do with a symbol of the scales, you see, separating these two spheres above the feminine. So there's, and the wings are now in the background, and the wings are sort of like scales, but the scales are now in dynamic motion. So this gives us, I think, a little bit of an insight into the polarity of this particular idea as it relates to these concepts of this notion of the thoughts acting outwards or the universe acting inward, as the polarity between these two archetypes. And when we look at the Hebrew structure, so the one is relating to an eye. The devil card, obviously this one, relates to an eye. So it comes from, and so the alphabetical letter O, which is relating to an eye, comes from this hieroglyphic scheme of imagery. When Phoenician moved away from writing in cuneiform, not Akkadian cuneiform, but Sumerian cuneiform, and they started developing their own what became Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, but the Phoenician alphabet initially. This was relating to the idea of an eye. And so that's quite interesting, relating to the idea of an eye. And then we look at the other polarity, and the other polarity here, this is relating to the idea of a staff. A staff, what they call in more modern Hebrew an ox goad. So this is relating to a tool that you can use to move things around on the outer plane, right? To change the alignment of things. And this is the eye. This is what you can use to move things around on the inner plane. Perception. So perception can do on the inner plane exactly what a staff or a ox goad can do on the outer plane. And so here we see the rationalism of thought being reflected outwards by justice. And that rational Pingala energy needs to balance all of the outer effects, as the ox goad is going to channel the prana or the aleph, the bull life force, which you can see behind the curtain. That yellow represents that prana, that emanation of the sun's potential. And here we see the unconscious of the black in the background, representing the deep dark well of unconsciousness, but that flight towards moving through the deep well of unconsciousness and stirring it with the wings and putting the fire underneath Adam's butt, so that the logos, the logic, which is disseminating the word and the linguistic patterns of thought, can thus move the feminine counterpart, because these two are effectively connected through this chain structure. So there's a lot to think about, I think, when we look at these tarot cards, and to sort of get an insight into where our phonetic alphabet comes from. Those two letters, the L, yeah, and the O and the L. So, and then, we find it becomes interesting, because the L becomes Aleph L, right? Al or Allah, whichever cultural pattern you're coming from, as a name that controls forces in the macrocosm, right? But then when you go Om, it is the feminizing of the O sound into the resonant mother feminine force, where the L is masculinizing. It's the masculine pole of Libra, which is obviously Venus's outlet, where Taurus is Venus's intake. So Venus has an intake and an outlet, the same as Mercury has an outlet of Gemini and an intake of Virgo. And Saturn has an intake of Aquarius and an outtake of Capricorn, and Jupiter has an outlet of Sagittarius and an intake of Pisces. But the sun and the moon, they have no outlet and inlet. The sun can only outlet. The moon can only intake. In fact, the moon becomes the intake of the sun, and the sun becomes the outlet of the moon. That's the Ouroboros structure of the 12 signs. Why we have 5 fingers and not 6 fingers, and why our astrology is denoted in this fashion of reflecting 5 into 12, 5 sets of poles is 10. So that brings us back to the numerations of the Enneagram becoming its full cycle of structure and reflection, when the Enneagram passes the beginning. And I always like to say to people, when it comes to the Enneagram, we think of it as a circle, and I'm not talking about that New Age enneagram because I don't deal in New Age stuff. I'm talking about just an enneagram, which is just basically a reflection of occult, ancient law, nothing more, nothing less. And so this enneagram I'm talking about is when we consider it like the 22 paths. Okay, so here we have 22 paths, the 22 Phoenician alphabet letters. We have 18 connections, right? And we have 3 fundamental collections. The 3 mother letters, the Aleph, the Mem, and the Shin, are reflected by the circle and the enneagon and the enneagram within the enneagon. These 3 fundamental mother letters. We then have the 18 points of interaction, and then we have the 0 in the center. The 0 in the center, you have to pass the 0. So this is telling us that this is actually a toric field we are looking at. But we can't draw a toric field easily, so we've drawn a circle. But this reflects the toric mathematics. So this toric field 9 has to go past the potency of Pluto. The plow, the toe, towing the plow, the center of the galaxy, right? The center of our galaxy as being like that void point of central emanation from whence everything in our galaxy emanates as a reflection cosmically of the inner spiritual principles of what that represents psychologically and spiritually. So you have to go through all 9 and go through this eye of the needle, eye of the storm, in order to reach the new octave of being. And so we've got all 18 of these different elements of the 12 elements of the macrocosm, and the 6 elements of the microcosm, except for the 7th. The 7th is the totality of the story, right? You see, this is the fool's journey we are looking at, but now we're looking at it back to front. I want you to understand the simplicity of this. This is the world. This tube that we're looking through, this toric field we're looking through is the world. And the world corresponds with Saturn. Hence, this is a Saturn square. Hence, this is a Saturn sigil. The Saturn sigil and the Saturn square make up the structure of this enneagram, because this is based upon these ancient occult tradition systems. And it just hasn't been drawn like this because everybody has been stuck to drawing the tree of life in this 2-dimensional point. And I decided, you know what? I'm so done with the 2-dimensional tree of life. Let's have a toric field tree of life reflected here. So this is really the Kabbalah. But it's also the Vedic knowledge. It reflects all of the ancient Chaldean astrological, numerological knowledge. But the key is that it's got to go through the eye of the storm, which is the number 0, which is the Pluto, which is the plow, the center of the galaxy. And so when it goes through the center, it becomes translated in through the inner and the outer. And I think this is like a really important point when we want to consider the polarity that's reflected between this ability to agitate and affect the qualities within on this card as related to the ability to structure and inform the outer physical reality through this card. This card being that important pivot around which the 10 principles revolve. I've sort of covered this. I won't go into it because it's a long story, but I just thought it might be useful to share this, to just get a little bit of an insight into this notion. And I think these points that are being shared here are really like brilliant and amazing, because they really drop the hammer on a lot of these concepts and these ideas. So without me getting too lost in the proverbial source of the Enneagram, because once I start, I can't stop. For me, it's like Pringles, honestly. I'm falling in love with this Enneagram step by step. I honestly always found the New Age Enneagram to be a little bit missing something, you know. Like I had this conversation in Gabe's group the other day, and what I find, like for example, they call number 8 the what is the word that they use for number 8? The challenger. And I think number 8 is not a challenger. I think number 8 is that principle that rises to challenge. It's that ability to rise to challenge, that ability to stand your ground, that ability to keep your eye on the ball and keep your focus, even when the world around you is going crazy. That's that Saturnial potential, that structuring, intense, grounded, structured energy that you can be highly dynamic, even within a situation which is challenging. But when I look at the challenger, I look at Mars. I don't look at Saturn as the challenger. I look at Saturn as the potential to be a challenger, the potential that is being held. Saturn, by the way, represents restraint, represents contemplation, represents an inward holding of the information like a spider. A spider is not impulsive. A spider has got a lot of restraint. If you ever deal with big spiders and you're not sure, like, oh, well, what kind of spider is this? They'll sit and they'll watch you. They'll be very careful and very calculated about what they do. Very Saturnial. A ram, on the other hand, they'll come at you, right? They'll come and investigate you, ready to give you a little bit of this medicine if you don't know how to behave. Very impulsive creatures, very much a challenger. So I think that the 9, which is the humanitarian, that humanitarian quality within us that makes us want to become activists, to change the world, part of that transformative potential of Mars's transformative potential, thus puts into action the qualities of Saturn in order. And so there's these like little nuances that I noticed that those psychologists that put that system together, linguistically, they didn't have their eye on the ball. A lot of the ideas they share is really relevant, really useful, but, you're building a house, you're building a pyramid, you put the wrong rock in the wrong place, the whole structural integrity goes out the window fundamentally. There's the potential for the whole thing to fall down because that important point is wrong. So, these little points of words I think are really important, powerful tools that we need to use carefully because they create structures of thought within our minds. And I think that this structures of thoughts that we're being sort of led by, that's the whole thing. Capricorn energy is very intelligent. It's very, it's not just go out and challenge. No, Capricorn wants success. Capricorn is success driven. It's result driven. They're not going to waste energy on a challenge unless it's necessary. Like Capricornians are very that protective energy towards their family and their domain and what they've worked hard to get. You mess with the Capricorn's livelihood or their work or their family, you're gonna see horns. But they're not impulsively going out to just challenge. It's more of a martial thing to go and challenge things. Like it's impulse, like Mars wants to impulse. This is why Mars is the warrior. The warrior is out there to challenge, looking for a challenge, looking for like what is wrong in the world. That's wrong. I want to challenge that. Capricorn is like, look, I'm more focused on doing what I need to do. I got a mission here. I'm on my mission. If nothing gets in my way, I'm good to go. It's like a ram or a goat. They're not aggressive. But when you're walking on the path that ram wants to walk on, it will knock you off that path. There will be no question about it. It will, so it's quite interesting, the older goat and the younger goat. This is Capricorn and Aries. The old goat of Capricorn is like careful, thoughtful, very intelligent in its application. The young goat of Aries is impulsive. It's like, it wants to use its energy. It wants to like get it out there. So there's that very powerful humanitarian energy that I see in Aries, which is really like about transforming the world. So I think when it comes to looking at these qualities of the astral and the qualities of the inner emotional plane, which I sort of configure this and relate this to the Luciferian internal emotional world, in the same way that I relate Ahriman to the external electrical physical world and the logical logos language-driven narrative in our heads, which locks us into a locked pattern of being, locked pattern of belief, locked pattern of worldview, as opposed to the Luciferian fluid, just flowing with whatever it is. It's an emotional impulse. Like, go with your feelings. If it feels right, do it. You know, I see these two potentials being both that can lead you astray. And you need that Ahrimanic force. You need that logic, logos, common sense. But you also need that looseness to be able to flow and evolve. And I think that in the world we're being sort of pushed to choose. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't mean to go on and on for so long, but I thought that. Well, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it is. I think there's an interesting dynamic between the astrological signs at play in like a family structure where like one zodiac sign is teaching another zodiac sign how to be, and you can see where there's some things are going to really resonate, whereas other things between those two signs are going to be conflicting and can cause like maybe defiance or breaking away from the laid out planned future model that's put forth for a child by the parent. And so I feel like that it's really interesting how the horoscopes interplay with each other as far as free will goes, as far as like they say that in ancient times, like Bruno Giorno, I think, said that our fate is in our stars, in the sense that there's Harmony, the Greek goddess of the fates, is said to represent the influence of our stars on our deficits that we have of our character, and we're supposed to be able to be aware of those, be able to work on those. And it's said that the word Satan is supposed to represent not the figure of the devil, but actually the inner adversary within us, so that we can work on, and that's said to be connected to our stars. So if we can be more aware of our own personal character defects and work on ourselves, that's the best we can do. And that's a lot of the stuff that I do in my shadow work. We can start to uncover a lot of that stuff and start to find a lot of things hidden beneath it all too. So there's a lot of rewards to starting to dig and starting to question these things.
You know, I'm thinking about like the goat and the Saturn connection, but I'm also thinking about it in regards to Judeo-Christianity, because I think it's interesting that, you know, the goat in Capricorn is such a Saturnian sort of entity of sort of like, you know, limits and like you say, restraint. But I also think like that's kind of like what Judaism is all about. And there's all about this restraint and sort of discipline and sort of structure. And even like, you know, Judaism, it's like it literally, you know, celebrates its Sabbath on the Saturday. It's when they go to temple. But what I find kind of ironic, though, is that at the same time, in popular culture, the goat is used to symbolize Satan, used to symbolize evil and, you know, satanic stuff. And part of me thinks on one level, maybe this is sort of like some kind of secret Christian anti-Semitism at play, but also I'm kind of thinking that it's like, I've been playing with this kind of heretical notion that, and like in terms of the biblical God, that Satan is just kind of the shadow of God, or the part of God that Yahweh does not want to accept within himself, that he externalizes as this being. And now they think about the whole kind of like the Saturn and goat connection, and then putting all that what I just said together, it actually kind of puts a new lens on that particular theory I'm working on.
Yeah, it's interesting, the wisdom of the goat and also the wisdom of the serpent is combined in the being of Baphomet, and they're both said to be wise, but both of them kind of tend to skirt around the rules or the ways of doing things. The goats tend to be very somewhat obnoxious. They do things in their own way. Their eyes are very different than any other creature, and they tend to eat anything they seem to want to, whereas other things have many more restrictions than the goats do. So it seems that serpents and goats seem to be able to transcend restrictions, and that's part of their wisdom. But it's not something that society wants to push on us at this point in our society. It's kind of a defiance that is associated with them, I would think. That is associated with their wisdom. The ability to be Socratic and question things may be a part of that and in their wisdom. But yeah, my girlfriend's father was a Capricorn, and my father's a Taurus. So there's a lot of wisdom in the bull and in the goat. And you see, like in the old school way of doing things, to like be hardy, and like both earth signs want to work hard to establish like financial stability with that good work ethic and integrity involved as well. But you can see where Aries is a fire sign, where it's got a kind of a different dynamic and driving force.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And so, like that was just one of the things that sort of, when I first saw that, like, I don't know, when I first saw the Enneagram system, it must have been like a few decades ago or whatever. And I was like, yeah, you're winding me up. You're winding me up. There's that little thing winding me up. So I could never really feel comfortable within it. And I very quickly went anti-New Age. Like anything that was smacking of the New Age, I was just like, ooh, I want to back away from this. I'm an old age guy. I like things from ancient things. I'm more interested in like the older stuff. Like I'm like you. I think that by digging in the bones of yesterday, we can understand more about the future and today. Than like this world is a liar, and it's ruled by liars. Sorry, lawyers. So, we're living in a world of lawyers, and so like you just don't know what's true anymore. And but it's very interesting, that idea, and like you're saying here, Howard, the devil and the symbolism. It's very interesting, Baphomet's obviously that very powerful symbol being reflected here, which is very interesting because, once again, like you say, Cosmic, it was demonized by the Christian church. So we want to ask ourselves why. Okay, so the baby goat was not demonized, right? The Lamb of God was not demonized. Aries was not demonized. But Saturn was demonized. The older goat was demonized. The baby lamb, because what do they say? I think they changed the word from lamb to kid at some point, because they were kidding. They're like, we're kidding you, So they the English linguists, they've been getting in there trying to change. The same as like the word woman now has to be spelt with an X. I don't know how I'm going to explain this one to my little boy, because they're going to be teaching him to spell the word woman with an X. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I want you to know that a man doesn't have a womb, but some men have wombs, and they're called women. That's like really what we're looking at here. Like, they're not two separate races. They are the same thing. The one's got a womb, the one doesn't have a womb. And there's a couple of like specializations that happens with having a womb, and there's a couple of specializations of having that you don't have a womb. Because you don't have a womb, you've got more room for muscle and bone, right? And so that means you've got to pick up the heavy lifting more. And because you've got a womb, you've got a little less room for muscle and bones, so you've got to pick up the heavy gestation and manufacturing milk and other skill sets that the men don't have. But it's interesting, when we start to really look at this whole structure. And like the baby goat being a kid, like, to me this is hilarious. Namaste, dear Vincent. And yeah, Vincent, of course, man, I hope you're good. I hope you're having a good day. Like you say, the scapegoat, that's obviously very, very important, because scapegoats is how our propaganda seems to work these days, more than anything else. So we're sort of stuck in this paradigm of being sort of schooled into our thinking that one thing is evil and another thing is good, right? Serpents, we were told in the Bible, are not according to Christian, I don't even think it says that in the Bible, but according to the so-called Christian vernacular, serpents are evil. But then Moses, his staff turned into a serpent. So if Moses wasn't evil, then why did his staff turn into a serpent if serpents are evil? You see, like the logic of it just, there's obviously a lot of mind control and psyops behind all of these notions. And so to me, it's like, it's interesting, where we're at in the world right now. It seems like this macrocosmic structure is so fixed. They want us to believe that we don't stand a chance. I thought I'd put this out there for you guys. Like the cosmic shadow of the world egg, right? The world's cosmic shadow seems to be getting bigger. Do you think that's a fair statement based upon the information as it's coming to us? The propaganda?
I don't think so. I feel like evil has the seeds of its own destruction, and it's in the process of destroying itself now. It's diminishing, and it's flailing as it dies.
I think what's going on now more is definitely, I think evil is revealing itself more lately. Like you can kind of see it manifest itself. I think what's happening now is more that the mask has come off, and we recognize there's a monster in the room where we didn't think there was one before. But, a lot of people still think that it's not a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's just a regular sheep, and they don't really have any, suspicion of it, And then if you attack the wolf, it looks like you're attacking the sheep, and you look like this horrible, terrible, person or whatever. And I lost my train of thought. But yeah. There's that whole I lost my train of thought.
Well, I think you're right, it makes us the aggressors. So they want to take activism out of the picture, right? So if you're an activist, you're an aggressor. If you are trying to move towards challenge the status quo with the martial efficacy and bringing the humanitarian cause to the forefront of the discussion, right? And asking these pertinent questions about just exactly what's going on and who's behind it, then you're the bad guy. You need to be removed from the room because you're just spreading crazy conspiracy theories, right? Conspiracy. So don't you find that interesting? Okay, so there's it's a con, but it connects things. S, information. Piracy. Oh my gosh. So what kind of piracy are you involved in when you're involved in conspiracy? The piracy of S. And S obviously is like representing the transformative potential of intelligence that can bring about a new perception, a new understanding of the world, and an adaptation to the world in response to an intelligent form. So we've got this S, and the con is it connects us to the bigger picture. So a conspiracy, they now want us to believe that we're involved in piracy, right? And so pirates are bad, right? Who were the pirates? Who were the pirates? The pirates were the ones that were stealing from the kings and the queens, right? Who were stealing from the people. It's very interesting when we look at just exactly the history of who these pirates were, but they definitely seem to have been connected to the Templars, and those ships that disappeared and their resources, and having the knowledge of the Templars, in other words, astrology, astronomy, navigation, the seas, and masters of war, the crafts of war, the Knights of Christ, the original Masons were warriors, right? Before they were the builders, they were the warriors. It was the Knights Templars, so they were knights essentially, and a knight is a martial actor, acting out the martial paradigm of going out into the world to transform that which is evil to become good. That's the basic notion of a knight, isn't it?
Yeah. Knights of the Holy Crusade. Going out to transform the world. And it said that the Knights Templar and the pirates started off as the second born of the monarchies in rebellion of the monarchs, and they would steal the ships and go off and steal the goods and sell them off and build their own empires because they were not the heirs. Their firstborn were the heirs, and so they were rebels. So it said that faction had a big influence on who became the pirates and the Knights Templar in that rebellion. Of course, pirates.
That's a very interesting take.
Yeah. And conspire can also be seen as spire, which is breathe, conspire together. So breathing together is a conspiracy, and that doesn't really sound so bad.
I think of it in terms of like spire, in terms of spiral, like you're spiraling deeper and deeper into a conspiracy.
Aspire is also another word for a
Tower.
what do you call that thing that goes up in the
A
air where
turret.
the wizards live? Tower.
Citadel, turret, tower.
A spire
tower.
is like on top of a spire. You could have a little path that goes up to the top of a spire. It's a lookout point.
Yeah. Like a rock tower.
Yeah, like you can get up high and you can look and you can have like a little outpost up there, and you can take a look at like who's coming, what's the lay of the land. Very interesting. So yeah, I think that whole idea of piracy is something to look at when we talk about conspiracy, because that makes us all information pirates. Yeah. Which is an interesting concept. Like, I like that idea. Wouldn't that be a cool T-shirt? Like, I am an information pirate. I'm going to take your truth. I'm going to evolve it into something else. You think you know the world? You don't know the world. The world isn't what it seems to be.
I want the T-shirt.
Yeah, man, it would be a cool T-shirt. Like Neo has been so done, but an information pirate, that's a whole nother concept. There'd have to be a serpent on the T-shirt, wouldn't there? A serpent and a skull and bones. Oh my gosh. Ooh la la. There we go. But yeah, I think, when we look at the world egg, let's roll with the world egg. There was stuff you wanted to go into with the world egg, wasn't there? Specifically.
Let's roll with it. I think that we get brainwashed in the hatching nursery under the red lights of carnal indulgence and mammonism until we hatch up a brand and we break out of our shells and go forth to propagate the ghost in the shell to all the other eggheads. So I feel like we get kind of put into this hatching nursery where we're trying to be, brought into the fold of capitalism and the ways of that we're supposed to be brought into, and the sheepalism. And once we fall in, then we get to hatch out and rise up into their system, and just we lose our integrity, and we lose our originality, and we become puppets. But I feel like we all have originality within us, something that's yearning to get out from within us. The divine within us is unique, and we hide our emotions to fit in with society. We also hide our unique gifts of creativity through suppressing those emotions. And so our free will can get trampled down sometimes by trying to fit in and go along with the way of civilization. But we all have a wildness within us, the innocence within us that we sometimes lose, but can be rekindled. So just, I mentioned that.
I don't necessarily know much about this whole world egg concept, but it does remind me of something. I'm a kind of a video game person. It reminds me of the Link's Awakening, The Legend of Zelda. And so the premise of this game is basically you probably guys know Zelda. You're a guy in a green outfit. You have a sword. You go on adventures. So the premise of this game is that you wake up on this island, and you I guess the goal of the game is you have to wake up the windfish with these 8 instruments you find in various like dungeons and places around the world. And the windfish is inside of a giant egg. Now, the thing about this game is that it's later revealed that this whole world is basically a dream, and that by sort of waking up the windfish, you're able to escape the dream and sort of get back to reality. But then there's all these nightmares that they don't want that to happen, because if he wakes up, the nightmares, they disappear with the dream too. And so when I think of the cosmic egg, for some reason that's what always comes to mind, that like the windfish egg, this giant egg that sits on top of this mountain and this island in this world. And that kind of makes me think of like what is inside the egg? What's the fetus that's growing inside of this egg? I think that's kind of like really, and like what birthed the egg, like that's the questions I want to ask.
Well, in the Orphic egg that most people are familiar with when they look at the cosmic egg with the snake entwined around it, the serpent's name is Ananke, and is often depicted quote around the egg and representative of the creative force that brings forth the universe. He's the primordial being that emerges from the egg that represents birth and life and death. But apparently the egg is the source of the universe, containing the primordial deity Phanes, or protagonist, who's different than Ananke, who surrounds the egg and protects it.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like when I look at egg, I have to go like, okay. So I'm just looking at language. Agni. That's fire. Lord of fire. And if we look at it from a perspective of Phoenician language roots, which became Paleo-Hebrew, we're looking at which is the ox, or which is the ox representing life force, prana, and G, representing that informative potential of the inner, which is life, spiral. So G, the letter G, is literally a spiral. It's a golden fire spiral. That's what the letter G is. That's why we draw a G like this, right? If you were to draw a perfect spiral, you're drawing a G. So that life spiral brings the principle of life, which is based upon the sacred inner structure, if we can use that word, into fruition through the prana, through the ox, through the life force, egg. So there seems to be a fiery discharge in the expression of this life force, which is related to moisture and heat. In the same way that coldness and dryness is related to old age and passing. So the warmth and the heat of the life force, which is being carried by the bull, is then put into contest with the coolness of the involution of the lunar flow of the G. So we've got this egg representing how the forces of fire are being pruned, in a sense. The cooling of the external part, and obviously the egg represents Visuddhi, right? So it represents the Akash. Now the word ark, ash, come on. What do you get from a fire? Ash, right? Paleo-Hebrew, going back to Phoenician, the word esh means fire. Ak, ash, eye, fire. The fire of your eye. That substance of intelligence from whence all things arise, which is thus informed by the information and expressing the quality of the intelligence in order to create a qualitative experience of form, reality. So ark, ash, the fire. You can see when you start to look at it from Paleo-Hebrew or Phoenician sources or Vedic sources, you seem to come up with the same idea. We're talking about a fiery thing. And now this is very interesting because there are different stories about who the good guys are, right? So obviously and we see this so well reflected when we look at the history of Persia. Persia said the Devas were the evil guys, right? And the Yakshas were the good guys. Now we know that according to the Vedic story, the Yakshas being the children of the giants, right? Well, they became the giants, but the children of the Asuras were the bad guys. And the Devas and the Devis were the good guys. So we've got these two stories, and they switch roles. Who's the goodie and who's the baddie in this story? It gets confusing. So there are old stories of these divine beings of a watery nature. And then there are old stories of the divine beings of a fiery nature. Have you guys, I take it, have come across these two different notions. What are your thoughts?
Which beings is seen as fiery or?
Well, there are stories like, okay, when you look at Taoist cosmology, right? Mm-hmm. The Shen is the watery plane, yeah, and the beings of Shen are watery beings, and these water dragons bring the divinity. But when you look at the Paleo-Hebrew expressions of the Phoenician ideology, they speak about the holy fiery beings. What are they called? The Ishim. That's one word, that's one name. Ishim. There's another one. Seraphim. So we've got these beings relating to fire, which are divine creatures, the Ashim and the Seraphim. And that's coming from Paleo-Hebrew Phoenician sources. But then we go to Taoist sources and we see that like the watery being praised. And so there are other occult circles where you can find similar contradiction. Yeah, exactly, the Seraphim. So it's very interesting. Like, who are the good guys?
Who are the giants in the Vedic lore? Did they use fire?
The giants were the Raksha.
Rakshas. Yeah.
Raksha were the offspring of the Asura. And now the Asura and the Devas were all quite big, but I believe that many of the Asuras were bigger than the Devas. And in the Persian story, they speak about the Yakshas, the good guys, where in Vedic stories, they're the bad guys. It's just so interesting how this Maya seems to be so much of a human perception thing, right?
Yeah. It's kind of like politics in a way. It's like what some people think one president is the greatest man of the world. Other people think he's Satan incarnate. I think in the same way, gods are the same way because they offer different things to, different societies. And I think when it comes to valuing stuff, like it's interesting that in Christianity, they admire the sun because a lot of these people lived in northern European climates. It's very cold and blustery. So the sun is thought to be like, oh my God, it's warming up. This is, our connection to God. Whereas in Islam, they worship the moon because they had to deal with all those hot, sunny desert days. And the sun was seen as, really like oppressive and heat. And the moon was like a relief from that heat and that pressure. And it was cooling. So they revered it in that way. So, and the other thing, when it comes to different religions and belief systems, I've kind of been following this trajectory that my teachers have been sort of telling me, is that looking at belief systems as organisms with their own diets and habits and reproductive, strategies, so to speak, and, what's good for one, multi-dimensional religious organism, which the Fae call as Zerphites, is probably not good for another type because there's different types of, and they're all sort of competing in this ecosystem, so in the same way that you see kind of like, survival of the fittest, you have all these different organisms kind of competing to survive in the jungle. I think in that same respect, the gods and the spirits of this world are also kind to, lay claim to the earth and see who's done it. Because if you think about, like, you can look at it from this point of view, instead of seeing things as as some kind of everything coming from a specific creation myth, you have this sort of primordial universe that's just sort of birthed from just raw primordial cosmic consciousness. And then maybe in a lot of ways, the first beings that really woke up weren't us, but were the gods. And they're kind of like looking at this world being like, not seeing any other gods, like, hey, I must have created this. This is probably part of my mind. And then they go like, hey, wait a minute, you're a god too. Wait, you can't be God. I'm the god. And if there's like a sort of like a struggle therein, that sort of happens. So it's not really surprising to me that all these gods get contextualized in different ways, where they see them as like, good or evil. In the same way, like, let's say you got like a family of tigers and you got a family of lions, and the lions are like, the lions are a noble and just creature, and the tigers, they're evil and destructive. But from this perspective of the tiger family, it's like, we tigers, we're strong and we're powerful, and those lions over there, they're deceptive and they're evil. And really what's going on is like different universes are starting to kind of intersect with each other. Because you think when a religion and a universe and a worldview first comes out, it sort of comes in isolation. You got people living on an island or in some isolated area somewhere, and they see their God as the only God. But when they go and interact with other people, it's like, wait a minute, you have a different God than me. And then everybody's sort of recontextualizing stuff from the point of view of their own kind of religion bubble. And so in a lot of ways, depending upon which religion bubble you look in, the spirits are going to take on a different form and context in terms of how they reflect and how they relate to that. Because you think about like maybe like Christianity and paganism, for example, a lot of the ideas, there's certain ideas in paganism that are sort of antithetical to Christianity, and likewise there's probably aspects of Christianity that are antithetical to paganism. But that to me is no different than animals having certain diets. Like humans can eat chocolate, but if a dog eats chocolate, it's poisonous for them apparently. Or how some animals only eat meat, some animals only eat vegetables. And maybe like gods and religions are kind of like that too. Like they need a certain psychic diet to sort of maintain their structure, and there's certain psychic energies that are poisonous and detrimental to certain entities, and others that are nutritious, and it changes depending upon which gods we're talking about. And I think kind of looking at not just the gods, but the universes that surround each one of those gods as a kind of an organic universe in of itself with its own kind of survival instincts, I think you can gain a lot of insight into the nature of these beings when you look at it from that context.
Yeah, and you also have to think that the Maya could be relating to the idea that like we live amongst an illusion that the gods are from far away, the gods are from the stars, that they're from another world and another plane. But maybe the gods are, having us live under these illusions for their own protection, that they live below us and we're the surface dwellers above, and that we live under an illusion that they're from distant part of somewhere else in the cosmos, but they're right here with us and we just don't know. We're not supposed to know until the time has come where we've transcended as tyranny and we overcome our lethargy. We start to return back to integrate with the natural world. This is a
I
prophecy.
think this. Sorry?
This is a prophecy in a lot of different cultures. In the Kabbalah, there's mention of this, and in the Maya prophecy, there's mention of this as well. It has a lot to do with changing our technology and understanding our egoism and returning back to integration of the collective and return back to integration with Mother Earth.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like this is exactly sort of what we're sort of talking about here is this, you know, this collectivism, which seems to be Aramanic, according to my take on it, which seems to be reflective of the physical emanation of reality, the external world, which I think is like upside down. I think what we call the external world is actually internal world. I think what we call the internal world is actually the external world, because I believe the consciousness is on the outside of the egg, and that the inside of the egg is actually where the yolk is. And the yolk is what's being driven, being yoked, right? So this is where the word yoga comes from. The word yoga and yolk of an egg seems to be connected. So the yolk is the all the things coming into concentration, that Saturnial concentration of minerals, which is what the yolk has. It contains all of those minerals. And I thought this is a great opportunity for us to look at two very interesting concepts here. Now, there was a word that was said earlier that stimulated this. And I can't remember what that word was. But we're going to roll with it. The word will present itself if the word's meant to, when the word's meant to. So here we have like an interesting concept. The hermit. I'm breaking down Paleo-Hebrew, which became Hebrew god names, into their metaphor, symbolic, hieroglyphic forms here, using the tarot. Very simple. Anybody can do it. And so here we have the emperor, and the emperor represents a window through which we can see the world and allow the world in. And the window also gives form and structure to the home, because without the window you cannot see from one place to another place. So the window is symbolic of separations necessary to draw, to distinguish one thing from another. So we're talking about the multiplicity when we're talking about a window. Hair, the letter hair, and so the hair is obviously symbolically represented here. And then the other image that we've got. This is obviously the hermit. This is related to the letter yot. And the yot is that fiery flame that produces that light that he's got in that little lamp of his. So when we put these two together, right, we got the yot, which is pronounced E, and we've got the he, which is pronounced ha, Ia. So here we're pronouncing the word Ia. In more modern Hebrew translations, they will pronounce it as Ya. But that Ia comes from Phoenician, comes from what the Phoenician people were writing their language with before they invented the 22 characters from the hieroglyphics of the land of Kem, which is what we're looking at here. They were writing in Sumerian cuneiform. And Sumerian cuneiform is where the name Ia comes from. So Ia and Ia. So what does these two letters represent? This ha, this definition, which the emperor represents, and we can see it in that he's got his ankh wand here in his right hand, and in the left hand he's got the whole of the world. And so the ankh wand, you can see once again the symbol here. If we try and make it a bit larger, right? There we go. This ankh wand represents a circle, and it represents a line of force. So it represents the meeting of that which is feminine and masculine, and a junction. He's actually holding the T-cross of Saturn in his hand. And upon the top of the T-cross of Saturn, he's got the sun. So the sun represents the prana and the life force. And the T-cross represents time, represents the linear extension of the principles of this proverbial life force into intelligible and structuring information, which we can relate to the artificer, right? That structure of building. In his other hand, he has the sphere, the golden sphere, which is also reminiscent of the life force of the sun. But where we see that very important symbol, once again, is reflecting that this sphere, this circle of life, this potential of life force is being structured here. And there's a duality being expressed in this. The duality being one direction and another direction, being brought together in a synthesis to make this cross. So it's distinguishing left and right, and the distinguishing of the left and right is what's being bound together in a single structure of definition. And obviously, in his other hand, this isn't just a sphere. If you look at this, this is an interesting sphere. It's got this little nipple on the end of it. And I think that represents the sphere of life with the what is produced by the sphere of life and where the sphere of life comes from. So it's like this window into these two principles as they are being controlled, in a sense. Then we look at this one. He's got the staff, right? The staff is the yellow of the sun of prana. And he's got the star in his container. That's the star, as in the tarot card, the star, as in tzaddik, as in what goes beneath the oceans to capture the fish of life. But he's bringing it from elsewhere. So we've got the Ia, which represents the father from a perspective of these two symbols. And these two symbols make the word Ia, which means like, which relates to the Sephirot of Chokmah, which is considered the divine emanation of the wisdom. So it's of the father, but it points towards the mother. And so it's quite interesting. We're talking about the wisdom being brought into extension. And so the 2 and the 3 are really being pointed out here, right? The 3 of the Tau cross of the Saturn, which represents space and time, which is Bina, which is the experience of the feminine that materializes as the masculine. So these both hold the masculine and feminine in them, because the wisdom that is experienced by the father in Chokmah is the wisdom of Sophia. And that structuring space, which is the womb of the mother, is being structured by Saturn. So there's this very interesting relationship happening here. Number 8 is implying itself upon the 3. Quite incredibly here. Which is why I think many of the Kabbalists sort of put the 8 into that sphere, Saturn. I mean, I prefer to have Saturn in its home, which is number 8. But it's very much pointing back at that sphere. So there's this powerful relationship between the number 3 and the number 8. Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter is that experience of expansiveness, expanding, and Saturn is that principle of contraction, which is being forced upon the expansiveness of Jupiter in order for space to be defined by the Tau cross, which is binding the sphere in that he, in his literally in his hand, as we can see when we look at this character sitting here. He's also got the crown on his head, the crown of the sun, and he's surrounded by The ram, the potential of the number 9, that completeness, completing the story, obviously represents Aries, the first sign of the zodiac. So we've got Virgo meeting Aries, which is, I think, quite an interesting combination here when we look at that name. But I think that sort of ties in some way to what was it you said about that? Yeah, something. How did I get that word in my head? We were talking about the father, weren't we? I always see that name relating to bringing the wisdom to the father from the mother.
Yeah, we got
so
it. You were saying.
Sorry?
Hey, then became yeah, then became yeah. From hey. That's how we were talking about that.
Yeah, it's like when we look at this language of the roots, it all comes from Sumerian language. Because before they wrote it in Phoenician, they were writing in Sumerian cuneiform. And so you can see all of these god names like echoing back through, like we talk about the Anu, the legacy of Anu. They call him the Anunnaki, right? But that is the legacy of Anu. And Anu was the supreme king of the legacy of An. So, and Ki is earth, right? So Anu was the father, the king, great king, that was ruling over earth, Ki. So Na must mean Om Namah Shivaya. So Na is related to the Muladhara chakra, is related to the root chakra, is related to the root seat of the sound of the earth element, the prana briviti. So when we're looking at that energy, if you look at the symbolism of the tree of life, let's look at the way that the Rosicrucians do it. I don't agree with their notion of the tree of life. Tree of life, Kabbalah, but I do think that there's something to be looked at here. Let's see if we can get a proper color spectrum. They don't really do a very good color spectrum of the traditional tree of life here, do they? Gosh, there we go. They're trying to do it here. I think they're trying to do it. Are they doing it? Okay, so let's take a look at what we've got here. They're trying to reflect these colors. I don't think they're doing such a brilliant job of it, but what we're seeing here, this is supposed to be if we look at Malkut, the final Sephirot, which is just to be clear in what I'm talking about here. When I speak of Malkut, I'm talking about when Mars crosses the threshold of the plow, crosses the threshold of Pluto, right, the center of the galaxy, as the astrotheology implies, and comes back pulling on his back the zero, being reborn as one, the sun, with the zero on his back, hence 10, but it's just another form of one. So Malkut then is this rebirth of the 9 fundamental forces and powers as it's being re-emitted from Kether through Tiphareth to become Malkut. So the 3 worlds of the shaman, Atzilut is informing reality, while Bria is qualifying the qualities of the astral into the etheric of the Yetzirah emanations in order for the causal state of being, which is the absolute, to find reflection between these two polarized perceptions of reality manifesting as Malkut, which are the three worlds, the three dreams of the shamanic dream time being brought into a concise, cohesive experience of fundamental, the world dream, Maya. But this is supposed to have 4 colors represented. It's supposed to have black on the bottom. It's supposed to have russet and olive reflecting each other. The russet and olive reflecting the powers of Mars and the powers of Saturn, as they combine with the powers of the sun, and they combine with the powers of the sun, reflecting a little bit of the subtlety of Venus into them, changing these colors to become russet instead of red. Instead of the green of the green man, we've got the olive color, which is like a dirty green, if you would, in the same way that russet could be as a dirty yellow, but it's not really dirty. And then we've got the black, which is that the egg. So this is emerging from this egg principle, that darkness of the womb. But these 3 principles are emerging from the darkness of the womb, reflecting the Atzilut separating in order for Bria and Yetzirah to come into being, and for the left-hand side and the right-hand side to emerge, so that this tree of life can have structure and form. Because without these definitive structuring principles, there would be no formative potential for Yetzirah to create with, like the reality as we see it. So I think it's like really, it's really interesting when we look at this, the way that these colors are being sort of reflected back here. And I'm trying not to get too lost in the source. Sorry guys, if I get carried away. I get passionate when I talk about these things, because there's an endless passion here. But to get back to like the point that I was trying to make, which is about the color yellow. Okay, so sorry for that. This is a long adventure, all to do with a little color yellow, which is then being reflected here in the Ankh, the crown. He's also got the red in the crown. You notice that's there. And he's got the powerful golden yellow here. So this is like the sun. But he's got the Mars in the background, right? And now we look at this guy. And this guy represents the grayness of black and white in conjunction, while carrying that light of the sun in his little box, but using the power of the sun to navigate and to be able to cross the threshold that he needs to cross, which is obviously the great journey. This is the fool's journey when he has become, what's the word? When he's becoming realized. When he's becoming realized is the first 10 steps of the journey from matter involve active principles. But now we're working through the 10 qualities, which is, the bet, the gimal, the dalet, the head, the vav, the zayin, chet, the tet, then the yot, which we've got here. And which is quite interesting, because we then also see that we've got this expression getting us to the point of Libra, right? And then Libra is that other image that we were talking about earlier, which is where the polarity swings and shifts from the passive to the active on the ascent journey. But that yellow being the key, representing the life force of Aleph, representing the prana of the sun coming through. And yellow also, interestingly enough, when we look at this color, Yellow represents pravritti in the Vedic cosmology, because I mentioned the Muladhara chakra. This is the root basis, which is that na, right? This is getting back to the word that this all started from. Sorry, this is such a convoluted journey, people. But the na of, what was the word I was pulling na out of? Can you remember? Can anybody remember? Indy, you don't remember either, hey? But the na, I think, is like really that powerful prana coming out of the ocean, and so that relates to that transformative potential of Scorpio, and so Scorpio is what becomes that powerful serpentine energy that can carry life, on its tail. I think like there's a lot of medicines we're going to pull out of scorpion venom, by the way. Probably we have already. There's something like really interesting about the venom of creatures and how the venom of creatures act as homeopathic stimulants for our systems in order to purify our bodies. I've always thought of that. I've always thought that like when something bites you, it purifies you. When mosquitoes bite me, I consider they're purifying my body. When ants bite me, I consider they're purifying me. And then they say, well, ant bites cures or prevents issues with your joints, right? Causes your joints to work better. So if you've got rheumatism or arthritis and you go and sit on top of an anthill, that's the way. That's like a good cure for rheumatism or for joint issues, because there's something in the bites of ants that actually is curative. So it's very interesting looking at this symbolism being carried by these two ideas that relate to ER, and just how fundamental they are. Hence they are so fundamental to the Kabbalah. Hence they are so fundamental to the idea of this this principle of divine emanation. In other words, where does the divine information, the knowledge, come from? It comes from Ea. And so Ea, interestingly enough, right, was the god of the ocean. So this is where the symbolism with the fire and the water come back into it. Now we're looking at very solar symbols. Yeah, we're looking at powerful solar symbolisms. We're looking at the sun. We're looking at the Saturnial element of controlling the sun, but within the domain of the sun. We're looking at the crown. We're looking at the fire of Mars and the passion and the desire of the humanitarian. That is that reconstructing potential. I hope there's no one sitting at the bottom here waiting for us. Okay, cool. Though when we look at the old Phoenician story, which comes from the Sumerian cuneiform, Ea was the god of the sea. Is that not right?
Ea was a serpent water god of the underworld, of the sea, and there was other gods of the abyss.
Yeah, it's very interesting how everything's been twisted back on it. Do you see what I'm talking about? The good and the bad? They take a watery thing and they turn it into a fiery symbolism, the sun. But it's the same name, right? It's the same name. Yeah, it's the same name. In Vedic cosmology, yeah is a mantra that it's a bij root of mantra that you chant to give potency to your other mantra. It creates, it purifies and adds potency. So if you say Shiva and you say Shivaya, right? It adds potency and potential to Shiva's potential to bring it into manifestation. So it's a manifestational trigger. Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah, he was a god of the underworld, but they say to have like a central sun. So he was like the god of the wisdom of the central sun, whereas they moved it to the god of the wisdom of the Helios sun, Apollo, later.
You bring up an interesting point there. The external sun and the internal sun. Are we like branching out into inner worlds theories here now? Hollow world?
I would think that that makes sense. The idea that the planets would be internal as opposed to just external, because then it's like, if you think about it, if you zoom out to the entire galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, if you look at the Milky Way galaxy as a whole, there must be certain parts of that galaxy that you can subdivide that would basically, create the same kind of correspondence structure as you would with our solar system. So in the same way, we have, certain principles ruled out by Mercury or certain principles ruled out by Mars. And then maybe what would be more interesting is if, like, what if you took like maybe a certain cluster of the Milky Way galaxy has that same Martian energy, and maybe a certain cluster of the Milky Way galaxy has like a Saturnian energy to it. So you think about it, if this is some kind of universal as above, so below pattern, then this kind of the zodiac, planetary structure that we use to kind of define our psychology and occult systems, then it must be possible to extrapolate it at the macrocosmic level. Like we get to like the intergalactic level. And so I'm kind of interested in looking at it from that point of view. I don't think anybody, or maybe someone's done that in the occult, but I don't know if they've given these deeper structures in space that they've taken pictures of, like the Milky Way galaxy or other galaxies in general, and come up with an occult correspondence systems to that relates to the solar system. If we follow the as above so below logic, right? That what's reflective in this individual Earth world is also reflective of all the energy dynamics of the solar system. Then in that same merit, what's reflective of the energetic systems within our solar system must also be a reflection of what's going on in the galaxy that surrounds it. So it'd be kind of interesting if someone could figure out like the correspondences of like the higher, more macrocosmic, interstellar aspects of magic, and maybe Lovecraft or something like that. I don't know. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a lot and well said, and I definitely want to respond to that. But also, what we were talking about earlier, just quickly, when I mentioned that the central sun, it can be interpreted as the central sun of the earth, or like the central sun of from within. We can access like the sun and the stars with out of body experiences, but like we can also access the divinity of the stars and the sun within us. So I feel like Madame Blavatsky speaks of the central sun. I don't know if they speak of like where it resides, but it's like the spiritual sun. But some people equivocate that with the central sun of hollow earth or inner earth. But it's just an interesting thing. In regard to that, there's some things going on in the world right now. On the surface, we have a big magnetic anomaly spanning across from Africa, across the Atlantic to South America. There's a big magnetic hold right there. It's been there for 11 million years, but it's just changing right now in strange ways. So they think that might be symbolic of a pole flip coming or something, but it doesn't necessarily go away. It's been there for a long time. But also there's over like 100 active volcanoes right now out of about 1,350 potentially active volcanoes, usually about 20 active at a time. But there's over 100 active volcanoes right now. So it's like a really active time. Volcanoes have been going off like every day, and it's been pretty wild. But as far as like inner hollow earth, I don't know. I know there's been cavernous earth civilizations like during Kiyu in Anatolia or Turkey, and things of the sort. So cavernous earth sanctuaries would not uh, be out of question.
Yeah, man. Like, I think this is really interesting because like here we're looking at different perspectives of the world egg. Yeah, different ways of understanding the world egg, and it's very interesting because we start looking at the notions of concave world, round world, spherical world, flat world, all the different world models that we've got, and everybody will have evidence to their world model that to some degree makes some kind of sense, right? Though there's definitely more to reality than what we can appreciate in terms of substance, I think. I think that's what we should take away from this, that there's so much more to reality, and there's definite interests involved in having us stuck in a particular worldview. I think how much of the world is informed by our worldview? Yeah? How's that for an interesting thought experiment? Like the particular macrobes, thought processes that we allow to dominate our consciousness, how much does that dominate the physical reality and restructure the perceptual circumference of reality to be in alignment with these ideological reflections that we hold within ourselves as a consciousness expression? And this whole inner world, inner earth thing, like I have got experiences that I can't put down on paper, because I've either used the world as a lens to travel elsewhere, or I've gone into the inner world and I've been with people there who've trained me. It's very hard to put into perspective of what it is, because when I was younger, I just thought that I was traveling. I had this world view that the world is like what it is. Didn't really understand the hollow earth when I was, in the 90s. So I thought I was just traveling through the center of the world and I was magically being transported somewhere else. But now that I think about it, like my experiences where I was like spinning downwards into the world and I was falling out of the sky into a pyramid structure, and there were beings there working with me, and they were working with me, and they were like actual beings. They weren't like energetic beings. They were like physical beings. I was there in my etheric body, but they were there in their physical bodies. So it's interesting, There's a lot more to these things. I don't pass anything off lightly, and which is why I don't have a set belief of the pattern of the world. People look at me, they go like, seriously, dude, you're copping out. It's like, is the world round or flat or concave? I'm like, dude, like I'm not going to pretend to know what I don't know. I don't actually know. Is there something powerful in not knowing? That imagination being unbridled like a child? Is that what we need? Do we need to not know more in order to be able to access so much more information?
I think I can see where you're going with this reasoning, but I also kind of want to push back on it, because I've kind of come to this sort of realization that when it comes to the imagination, you're right. There needs to be sort of like an openness, lack of filtration. But I've also kind of realized that you kind of need the physical world as inspiration for the imagination. I feel like, if anything, it's like having this world of sort of like primordial randomness and strangeness. It gives inspiration, more fuel for more ideas. Because I think the problem is that when you get too locked in your imagination, too locked in the astral, it's like now you don't really have any resources to sort of grow new things. There has to be a kind of a push and pull between these different worlds so that they work together. It's like the physical and the astral need each other in order to sort of like proliferate to the ways. Because in a way, it's like the physical almost gives life to the astral. So if you think about like a cartoon character, for example, you have a someone who's represented through animation, different cells, and pictures, but yet there'll be a voice actor putting in a real emotion, a sort of a real performance, sort of breathing life into that character. I think the astral plane is like that, in the sense that to use how you use prana, shaman, that the idea that it's sort of like the physical world kind of gives the prana, or the sort of the vital life force for that spiritual inner plane, and it gives a sort of a foundation in which the imagination sort of needs to grow off of. So it's a little bit more of a complicated question, actually, in my opinion.
Let me invite and welcome our dear latest arrival, Noble Intent. What shall I call you, Noble Intent?
How about Rick?
Rick. Well,
Yes.
Rick is a lovely brother. I've met him through Agnosis Group, which is on Telegram. A very small group, but it's Silas's group. For those of you who don't know, Silas Speaks. Shout out for Silas Speaks. He's got some really lovely content on his channel at Silas Speaks. You never know, he might come and join us on the round table at some point. He's been joining us in other times in the week. Though Rick is somebody who's embedded within a lot of, obviously he's come from various different occult traditions, Western occultism, and moved into Vedic schools of practice and thought. And so he's very deeply moved by the Vedic school at the moment. Would that be fair enough?
Indeed it is. Yes, thank you.
And you obviously in a really lovely sunny area. So blessed, man. You must be in a really lovely place. You can see you got the proper tan you're rocking. So good on you. It's an honor to have you on the show. And looking forward to your share. I've been speaking with Rick for a while. He's been sharing some lovely information and lovely ideas and perspectives. And it's an honor to have you. And I don't know if you know India and Cosmic. Welcome, Rick, Indie, Cosmic, and everybody. Tell us a little bit about your process, where you're at, and what you think about the conversation where we're at, and throw anything you want on the table, brother.
Very good. Thank you for the invitation and the kind words. I only know Indie and Cosmic from watching the round table. I think I may have 10, perhaps 12 under my belt at this point, in terms of being the voyeur, voyeuring in and listen to you all. Really love the overlapping commonalities in your perspective, and also the interesting individual perspectives that you bring to the big dance here. Not only today, but in the roundtables that I've been party to, at least from a visitation point of view. So thank you for that. I've been clipped into this conversation for about 45 minutes, so I wasn't able to catch the beginning. However, you have the three of you have given me lots to consider, and have a couple things I would like to comment on. Right now, I hail from southern Mexico, and I've had my fair share of sun in the last several days, and I consider it to be one of the forms of my medicine, right? And so feel very blessed to have access to the elementals, the sun, the sand, the sea, the spirit, of course, the air. It's quite breezy right now, thankfully. It's quite hot in southern Mexico. So at any rate, Cosmic brought up a question, I think, if I understood him correctly, not so long ago, with regards to questioning whom birthed the egg. I think that's at least pondering that. And yeah, when you sent me the invitation, Franklin, I was thrilled, because this is a topic that I've been pondering and considering. The chicken or the egg, and the metaphor, of course, is appropriate. It's right, in particular when we understand the masculine and the feminine, and the whole process of bringing forth another human, right, and the masculine projection into the fertile womb, birthing the third thing, right. And so for those of us who have been studying the the creative life force and the energy and whatnot. And I think we could probably come to some level of agreement that there is, when there's a retention or a redirection of that energy, in other words, when it doesn't necessarily proceed um, through the tunnel system into the female's apparatus and whatnot, that life force energy, that prana, that the eros, the kundalini energy can be used to birth other things. And so, as I saw the title and listened to some of the conversation that you were sharing, and then also piggybacking on Cosmic's question, I've always fancied us as the chicken, at least. So in other words, that which is birthing our experience. And Franklin, just a few moments ago, maybe within 15 minutes, you were suggested this idea that does our cosmology or our view on what's happening in the macrocosm, in the cosmology, does that make it so? In other words, does that have an influence over our experience? In other words, if we believe it to be true, is it so? Or if enough of us believe it to be true, is it so? And that would help me reconcile some of the things that I'm seeing in popular culture on this three-dimensional plane, this predictive programming idea. It seems like the magicians that have their fingers on the buttons, they have a pretty good understanding of the creation or birthing process. And if they can inject the intent through our perceptual apparatus, that ultimately we can think a certain way to bring forth the reality that is not necessarily to our greatest benefit or the benefit of the whole, but to a select few. And so, anyway, Cosmic, I'm thinking that to some degree, at least in a shared extent, that we are responsible for our experience. We, meaning us humans, perhaps other sentient beings, but certainly it seems on the microcosm, and this goes to what I think some of Indy's work with the shadow work that he does and whatnot, and I know that, for example, when I'm victimized, when I'm not taking responsibility for my own experience, when I'm projecting my experience on the perpetrator or something outside of me, I become powerless, right? I have given my agency up to the foe that's in my presence doing me harm or wrong. And so it's only when I accept responsibility for my circumstance, I accept responsibility for the people, places, and things that come into my sphere, um, take ownership of the authorship, is when life really has been far more interesting. And then that also lines up with some of the things that you guys talk about often, and it's just and of course is reflected in the Fool's Journey, and not only with, of course, the magician and the emperor, but the wise hermit, and that once we recognize that we have a role in this process, um, well, in my case at least, I've take it more serious, right? And it's far more sacred. I'm not just here by happenstance. Somehow, some way, there was some intent involved, and so, yeah, I'll take a deep breath now. Thanks for having me, guys. Super do very much appreciate it.
Thank you so much for popping onto the show and for listening in previously and for being here. This is awesome. Great having another perspective on the show, and we see you have a lot of great wisdom as well to share with us and with the audience as well. So that we greatly appreciate that, and it's a pleasure to meet you. But yeah, we've been talking a lot about that, the ideas of the creation of things and the origins of things. Do they come from within us, or are they given to us? Is it passed down to us? I feel like there's a little bit of both, and you have to know that, like, we have within us that divine spark of creativity and that free will within us to change things based on our own particular way of seeing the world, which might be influenced by our stars might be influenced by our society and our upbringing and our programming, but we can unprogram and reprogram ourselves and see beyond the veil of the things that are put before us too. So that's part of the time when we really take that free will into our hands and start to wake up and question things and look beyond what's put in front of us.
I love that the word chicken came into the conversation. Like, I'm always playing with language in the back of my brain. So the chi is that life force. And the ken is the knowledge. We still got it in Germanic and Dutch and Afrikaans. Kennis, ken, to know. So chi ken is the knowledge of life force. So the chicken was actually not supposed to be eaten. Interestingly enough, it was brought to Europe specifically for religious sacrifice. And isn't it interesting that the chicken is one of the few creatures that can run around without a head? I mean, it's not that funny, but it's funny, The life force is so strong in this little creature that it's not being directed by this, it's being directed by the heart, right? And it used to be a symbol of bravery. And now they've switched it around to being a symbol of cowardice. And so it's interesting, like what you say about the taking personal responsibility. And that's sort of one of the things in the conversation with my girlfriend last night that actually hatched this topic. Because she has a big issue with the us and them paradigm. Like, it's a big issue for her, which I can completely relate to. Like, I sit in the middle, like, of this thing. Like, I'm like, yeah, the us and them. Like, there is an us and there isn't them. And there is a them who's like, this small group of very powerful, very rich people that have a huge say in what happens in our world. That's undeniable. But then there's that us and them attitude of let's just blame them for everything that's wrong in the world. Like, we're not being forced to take their media programming into our heads. We're not being forced to watch Hollywood. Use the Holly Druid wand to reprogram our brains. We're not being forced to live out our lives on digital platforms. We're not being forced to do this. This is a choice that we make. We're not being forced to live with all of these modcoms in our homes, the convenience. We're not being forced to, we can move back to a more simple form of life and get more engaged with, like, actually working with our hands in the soil and growing our own food. This is the possibility we can work towards, and we can manifest it if we have the stability of Saturn and the forward-looking potential of Saturn to be able to plan and organize and manifest these ideas. So I do think that personal responsibility is, like, really at the core of recognizing that there is this loaded deck, right? But how much we play with this loaded deck is our choice. Personally, when I go to a casino, I don't play at the tables. I've been to a casino a couple of times with people, and I've just never played on the table because it's just not my thing. So do you want to play with a loaded deck or not? Because the deck is clearly loaded. So I think it's up to us to start finding new ways of playing, new games to play, as the metaphor goes. Weird metaphor that it is. And it sort of makes me think about what was it earlier that was said? I hope I haven't lost this. I thought machine. Thank you, Olive. Thank you, Cosmic. You were talking about the machine earlier, and it made me think. They want the aramonic potential to come into our worlds and to turn us into machines that are habitually programmed and following the program of, the pyramidic. The top of the pyramid dictates what the rest of the pyramid does idea. And which seems to be like how the universe matter is structured through the intelligence of the beings that are part of the dance of matter that bring this experience to us. Though I can't help looking at the word machine. So ma is the mother. That's Svadhisthana. That represents the element of apas, of water. And so it's the receptivity of the womb. And sheen is, well, sheen is what light does when it reflects off water, isn't it? When light reflects off water, it creates a sheen. So the light reflecting off of the water of the firmament, reverberating off of the mother's body, is what machine is. Which makes a lot of sense, because it's the structure of the womb's dynamic to build matter is a very mechanical seeming process. But they want us to be so embodied within the mechanical processes that we become fixed agents of materialism rather than a worldview that is more incorporative towards, extra dimensional potential and understanding that we are multidimensional beings existing in this multiverse of possibility. So that word machine is on my head, and I think that the chicken represents a creature that is, in a sense, they're quite habitual, aren't they? They're quite mechanically minded, are they not, chickens? Like they don't have fear. They are incredibly brave animals, and they just go about in circles. Have you watched the way a chicken moves? They move in funny little circles, like when they're picking up their little bits. They're doing their little dance, and it's quite interesting, that this chicken and the egg is become the saying that we're all living in, and that this world egg is related to the chicken. And I think the chicken then could represent a mechanical reflection. I mean, what do you guys think of these symbolisms? As I know they're quite out there, quite abstract, but coming together of this archetype of the shamanic principle of what is the chicken, what the chicken represents, the consciousness of the chicken. The word muruga is very similar to chicken, but that is the other bird with that eyes on its wings. What's that bird called? All the eyes on its wings. The beautiful bird. That is Ganesha's brother, Muruga. And I think that it's a very similar sounding word to chicken in Hindi. I just can't remember what the word for chicken is in Hindi. But it's a similar sounding word. And I wonder whether there's a connection between Ganesha's brother, Ganesha being the scribe and the holder of the 5 principles, and his brother being the one that's more into action. Like when Ganesha and his brother Muruga have a race.
Peacock?
Yeah.
Eyes on the wings?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he rides a peacock. And he races against his brother Ganesha, who rides a rat. And he's laughing at Ganesha like, you don't stand a chance against me. And Shiva says, race around the universe. And Muruga races around the universe, and Ganesha just figures out, well, Parvati is my universe. My mother is my universe. So he goes around the mother. And when Murugal gets back after this huge race around the whole universe, Shiva declares Ganesha the winner, and he can't understand. He said, but I went around the universe. And Shiva's like, well, Ganesha understood that the whole universe is his mother. This has got to do with Maya. Understanding this microcosmic connection with Maya, with what we're talking about, how our thoughts and consciousness can manufacture reality. I'm going to go and tuck my little boy in, but I thought I'd leave you guys with that thought and the concept. What do you think of that as an idea? While I go and just say goodnight to my little 8-year-old. He should have been in bed a little while ago, but yeah, it's 9 o'clock, 9:15. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. But what do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that's great. You believed us with a lot. I think there's a big tie-in with the chicken and the egg and the Maya illusion and all that. So that's we could have an entire podcast on just that alone. So let's dive in. I think as far as the it's interesting bringing in the aspect of the peacock, um, and when we speak of the cosmic egg, a lot of people associate the egg with the bird, which is also a thing associated with wisdom, but it can also be associated with the snake, as I mentioned earlier, where I was mentioning the Orphic egg in relation to the named after Orpheus, the Greek god that was said to have been the enchanter. He had illustrious skill with the lute, and he was able to charm the animals and the birds and the beasts and many maidens, and his lover, and the mythical journey down through the seven gates to free herself from the god of the underworld, and he went down there to rescue her. But he was then eventually beheaded by jealous women, and his head floated down the river, and it was said to have ended up in a cave where people would go down to get his oracle prophecies and soothsaying and such. So, but the Orphic egg was said to have within it the god of creation, the god Phanes, the primordial god of creation, is also known as Protagonist or Eros, and is depicted as a gold-winged hermaphroditic deity wrapped in a serpent. Symbolizes the beginning of the universe, and Phanes bringing light and life into existence. So Phanes is really portrayed as the egg itself. It doesn't really have seem to have much of a face, but I believe it would just be like the god of a man god with wings that would emerge from the egg. Do you know anything about this, Noble Intent?
No, sir. I don't have a perspective on this, or at least not the history. No.
Yeah, I think apparently Phanes is sometimes equated with other primordial beings like Eros and Mithras, connected to figures like Kronos and Zeus. So, yeah, definitely a very anthropomorphized figure. Phanes within the
I
egg.
can't say I know too much about Orpheus, but I believe that. Sorry,
Oh no, Phanes is just within the egg
you
and
were
would
saying?
emerge. I've never seen him emerging from the egg in any of the imagery, but in the Orphic egg, it said that Protagonist, also known as Eros, is the god within the cosmic egg. So that's just interesting.
It's very interesting because, like, when I see the word Orpheus, I see or meaning light, right? Which comes from, obviously, that's from Phoenician roots, which is coming from Sumerian roots. And then I see Fias, which is the P and the F are interchangeable in all of those old languages. So it's to me, I'm hearing the light that makes you pious when I hear that name. It's just my unconscious, it's the way it decodes it. But then there's an interesting notion in the Indo-European language root, I was just looking up now, it relates to darkness in some accounts, right? But it relates to orphan. So the word orphan and Orpheus are obviously coming from the same Indo-European roots. So it's like being orphaned, as in having lost your parentage, having lost your home, having lost your inheritance, having lost your domains, and being orphaned outside of your home somewhere else, here in this place. And then the darkness, I think, is akin to the Akash once again, that egg. Yeah? Because that represents the darkness represents the Akash. Even though in many traditions the color might be indigo, in some traditions the color is literally black, but it's a deep, dark indigo that represents the night sky, represents that space as we know it. So we're looking at Bina on the Kabbalistic tree of life when we're looking at this principle. So that connection with darkness, and then the word pious, I don't believe that's a coincidence that I can pull the word pious out of Orpheus. And the word light, pious. If you're going to journey into the darkness, and I'm seeing this symbol here again, like I never made this connection, but maybe, and I'm going to take a look into this. If there are any of you out there in the chat that have made this connection, like this guy seems like he's wearing black and white, right? Seems like he's traveling through the dark. But he's got this little light, this ore, and he's very pious, right? So the hermit is very pious. The light ore, pious, Orpheus. I never really saw that connection with this tarot card, which represents Yot, which represents the first outpouring potential of that seed, the seed that impregnates the egg. We're back to the chicken egg again. Because this represents the sperm as well in the physical body. So there's that's all I've got to give on this. I don't know. What about you, Cosmic?
It's interesting if we consider the archetype of the egg, and really, if you think about it, it's, I was thinking before that in some sense it's a kind of a symbol of the past, and that, things are born from eggs, but really, it seems more interesting to think of an egg as the potentiality of the future, right? There's an egg and something is going to essentially, come out of it at some point, right? And then you have the chicken, which is sort of the past. It's something that's already been, something that's already seen, something that already was and, were or whatever. So really what I've kind of really thought about the whole chicken egg dynamic is not that, I think, well, obviously my answer, if you kind of, listen to me, I would say it's neither the chicken or the egg. But if you say it's the chicken or you say it's the egg that first, that really tells a lot about your worldview and how you orient and sort of structure the universe. So if you say the chicken comes first, then it's like you're kind of saying everything is sort of originated from the past. And if you're saying everything comes from the egg, it's like everything is sort of coming from the future backwards into now. And so maybe in a lot of ways, what the chicken and egg represent are sort of two different directions of time, past and future. And that the other thing about the chicken egg, aspect of that, this metaphor, is that really a chicken creates an egg, but it takes two chickens to make a fertilized egg that gives birth to another chicken. And maybe what's going on, because they think about when chickens, like when you have like an egg farm, a chicken is not necessarily mating with roosters. It's just sort of having a period, and it just basically creates blank eggs with no embryos in it. And I'm thinking too, back to this whole concept of the idea that we're living in this sort of mechanical world that's sort of structured, in a way where we don't really see the life force and the integrity behind it. So maybe I'm thinking about like the difference between the fertilized egg and the unfertilized egg, the one that doesn't have an embryo. And it seems like we're kind of basically thinking like, we have this chicken, but we made the mistake of thinking, we're going to make more chickens. We just need to have this one chicken lay eggs. We don't need the rooster to impregnate the chicken, right? And so that's kind of how I'm thinking about that in the mechanical sense, of that we don't need to sort of impregnate things with life and meaning. We can just kind of, spew them out randomly. But the thing is, that chicken is going to lay, an egg. You're going to be able to eat it, and have like a little omelet or whatever. but it's not going to produce an actual chicken. So you're going to have a sort of a limited supply. If you're just having a chicken create eggs, you have to create more chickens to create more eggs. And you think maybe the rooster is that kind of that God consciousness prana force. And then the female chicken is sort of matter. And when we only focus on matter and we only focus on that one side, that material aspect, we create these unfertilized eggs that we bring into the world. But we think it's productive. It's like, oh, look, we have all these eggs to eat. We have all these, eggs to make things with, but we're not making any more chickens is the problem. Wow, this metaphor got a lot. I was able to extrapolate a lot more with this metaphor than I thought.
Wow. But there's so many threads you could pull on in that notion there, cosmic. Let me choose one. It was when you suggested that, wait a second here, maybe it's not the chicken or the egg, or okay, so maybe I fancy the chicken to some degree as the masculine and the egg as representing the feminine. And so, of course, as we look through the lens of non-duality, right? Of course, seemingly, I think we could argue quite easily that we're in a dualistic polarity here, and in this realm anyway. And and so contemplating who am I? In this perennial question of self-inquiry. We're not that, or I am, right? And so I think we could probably walk down an interesting tributary, perhaps for another show, because I think you guys are already three hours plus in. But I think that's a really interesting point. It's that once we identify as well, as we unfold from the one into the two, right? Arguably the first most obvious duality or polarity is perhaps it's light and dark first, but then it's masculine and feminine, or the gender. Franklin, which Hermetic principle is gender? Is that 6 or 7? I forget.
It's the one that brings them all into cohesion. So it's a 7.
7, yeah. So anyway, when we identify as one or the other, perhaps we forget who we are. We forget that we are the that which supplies both the chicken and the egg. But again, different thread for a different time, perhaps. But yeah, thanks for your thoughts, Cosmic. That was interesting.
Yeah, I feel like the chicken and the egg thing, I feel like for chickens, the egg came before the chicken. But for people, I feel like the chicken came before the egg in the sense that, like, people weren't just kind of like wandering around for millions of years. According to the fossil record, people kind of just showed up 200,000 or 300,000 years ago on the fossil record. So, and it was said in our mythology that, we were created by the gods to look like them. And so, according to a lot of the scripture, you could be interpreted in the sense that we were made by breeding with the wild hominids, the goddesses, the creatrix goddesses, created humanity, and so we were kind of made. It wasn't that we were just a natural species, but we were created by the gods as something somewhat unnatural. And for the gods, it was said that they did something that was against the proper way of things. So they were, tried to banish us at one point, where the gods started to mate with the human women and create hybrids, Nephilim, and they tried to flood them away. So, there's a whole thing of how humans aren't really necessarily like connected to nature like the rest of nature has its natural instincts and thrival in its niche, but we've kind of carved out our own niche and kind of invaded into nature because we don't really have our own natural way of things. I feel like the gods had probably been of earth and were you know, had been marine hominids and lived in the sea and navigated by the stars, and then developed high technology from there and became naval and worked across the seas on the coasts to develop high civilizations, megalithic architecture. They had a large
Some
gene,
interesting concepts there.
giants and dwarfs and such in their gene pool.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother. Keep going. Keep flowing.
No, it's good. If you guys
You got
want
me
to come,
thinking. You got my brain turning, thinking about
Yeah.
Sumer.
but you could always wonder, like, if in science they say that things go back to the Big Bang and it was what was before that, there's not really a thing that's in line with reasoning of like a scientific thinking of a skeptic to understand the way of things. We've really come back to a point where it's just a spiritual way of embracing the mystery, where there was a time where we just don't understand. We're going to embrace that there was a mystery at this point. And that's the point where things can get exciting. When you can embrace the mystery, there's so many more possibilities of the imagination versus when you say you really understand everything completely. There's always ways that things can unfold more when you understand the completion of a system or something. You know what I mean? So the imagination is a powerful thing, and embracing the mystery together and exploring that can really bring people together. Whereas when people don't agree on the interpretations, that's where conflict can arise. But it can help us gain perspective when other people show us their interpretations.
Yeah, man. You said some stuff. I hope my audio is okay. Let me know if there's any issues. What you said that really got me thinking was, and it comes back to the stories of Sumer. So, like, according to the chronicles of the Sumerian cuneiform writings that we've got, bottom line, Alelu arrives on Earth. Right? And Alelu gets to Earth, and it's very specific. It says that he sees serpents. And I believe he even uses his ray gun or he uses something that he's brought with him to slay a serpent because he became afraid of this thing. So I'm guessing there were big serpents on this planet. By big serpents, we're talking about dragons, whatever. Like, things were bigger. And then skip ahead. They find out that there are some other creatures on this planet, and they can use these creatures to mix with their own genetics to create good workers that can help to get the gold out, because the beings from Nibiru, when they come here, their lifespan significantly shortened, as opposed to their orbit is 3,600 years. Our orbit's 1 year. So the lifespan is affected, and they can't handle the intense heat of the Abzu. And they have to go into the Abzu, which seems to be Africa, where all those old abandoned gold mines are that are ancient and nobody knows where they came from. Thousands and thousands of them. Which is like how they describe they made all the tunnels into the earth and they went in to extract the gold. So anyway, getting back to the roots of that, so I think it's tablet 3 or tablet 4. There's this point where they are creating humans and they are experimenting. Now they mention the process that they're doing this for, and I could be wrong, but I think it takes tens of thousands of years for them to create humans. or to create something that becomes whatever we are now. And this must be like the Nephilim that we're. So we are all, I think, descendants of the Nephilim, in a sense. That's what I believe. And but then it mentions that along the way of trying to create this, they created all manner of different creatures. And it mentions that they have these creatures in boxes in Idan, which is where they were doing all this work, where they had created this utopian environment where there was perfect weather, perfect food, fruit everywhere. So this connection that humans have with all of these animals on Earth, and how much of the genetics, like what is the difference between a human and a lot of animals, is very little. 80% of our genetics is the same. 70% of our genetics is the same. There's not that much in our genetic code that distinguishes us from other mammals, which begs the question of how close are we related to these mammals? Do they come from the same source as us? But serpents and birds are a little different. Now, the old stories in the beginning of the Sumerian Chronicles speaks about how there was a planet that was destroyed, right? And there was a war between this bigger planet and Nibiru. And on this bigger planet, they had big dragons. And they specifically mention that some of these creatures were created there that were 50 cubits high. That's 50 feet tall. That were like created as weapons in a war. I think like when we're looking at dinosaurs. So Ki, according to this ancient story, was a piece of this planet that had broken off during a collision where they had somehow managed to harness the web, the gravitational field, and rip the planet to pieces using probably super high technology. And piece of this land spun off Ki. So the reason they found Earth, which is called Ki, was because they were looking for fragments of this other planet, Tiamat. And the queen of that planet was Tiamat. Now this myth is bastardized and turned into something again in these Akkadian cuneiform scripts, where they have a different version of the story, but now everything has been supplanted by Marduk. He's like basically inserted like Marduk is the guy who did it all. But the original story before the Akkadian cuneiform, because it's like thousands of years after the Sumerian cuneiform, is that happened on another planet, and that there was this war between these two planets, and that Tiamat was also the queen of that planet, and she was a great dragon-like being. And they basically, this chunk of this planet flew off. So could birds and lizards and snakes be the original life form? And by the way, that was a watery planet. That's awesome. The key. That was an oceanic planet. So could the part of the Earth that came off and traveled through and was bombarded on all directions to make it whatever, to get here, have then settled in our solar system and thawed and become livable? And could all of these dinosaurs that we have, that we reckon, like, there's no way that a dinosaur could carry its own weight on our planet, right? This is what the experts say. This is not possible. They would collapse like a pile of bones. So they must have been in a different gravitational field, and the Earth hasn't moved that much gravitationally, right? The amount of movement of the Earth is very small from the sun, according to the so-called maths that we're supposed to believe. I don't know what I believe. But it causes me to look at the Sumerian fables a little bit more closely and think there might be more to it. And it might be that some of that genetics, which is part of the Atlantean genetics, which comes from that Nibiru place, according to these stories, which was mixed in for us to become what we are as a hybrid of what was already on this planet, which would have been an offspring of, related to the serpentine, but then carrying these Atlantean genes as well to make us what we are. And in the process of making us, they made a multitudes of other creatures. And then you could see why humans and animals are so closely connected, why shamanically the spirit in these animals or the spirit in us, why we have this ability to telepathically connect with these creatures, because on some level we're sharing all the same vibrational codes, the same DNA frequencies. I don't know, what do you guys think? I mean, it's quite a tall order, it's quite a far-fetched story, but could this be some reality to like the creation of all of these animals and creatures by gods on our planets?
Yeah, they could, and it's not just Nibiru. You know, the Hopis called Nibiru Kachina Red, and they said that there was also a satellite around Kachina, like a celestial satellite around Kachina, being like a celestial orb, Kachina Blue. So that was like, you know, a planet where someone could inhabit and live around the star, brown dwarf star, Nibiru. That was said to be the great destroyer. Also in the Egyptian society, they called it the winged disc, and people have seen that the wings with a disc over a doorway is a very common motif in a lot of Egyptian architecture, and that represents also Nibiru, the great destroyer. That was said to have had a cycle of 3,600 years in the Shar by the Sumerians, Mesopotamians. So there could be really something to that. I really feel that that these gods were of earthly origin, and that they used the names of the stars to articulate associations with themselves based on the colors of the stars and their movement in the sky, and also based on the directions of the stars by navigating by the sea and by the sky, which they were familiar with, and kind of maybe kept their origins a bit secretive by using their direction of association with a star as, to them, kind of like a esoteric system of knowledge where they were trying to go in a certain direction. They may or may not have had high technology in vimanas or sky chariots to be able to travel in those times. But definitely we're traveling by sea, at least.
Wow. So can I harken back to Indy, a comment that you made a few minutes back regarding the mysteries in the imagination, and that when we are definitive, when we know what's going on in the cosmos, what is the nature of reality, how it unfolds, that knowing, and to some degree, I think you were suggesting that it locks us in, that it stifles the imagination, that it's and I think that's a really big takeaway from this conversation. It's that the creative genius, you know, we seamless this need to know, ultimately we fixate on that, and I mean, that's Saturn on steroids, right? It's just where we lock our own creative imagination down. And so just likening that to the conversation right now, and some of the ideas that you were throwing across our bow, Franklin, it you know, like, yes, you know, I want to say yes, right? That, like, it's totally plausible that is plausible, right? It's I suspect that you guys have done some shows, or certainly contemplated, like, cosmology, the alternate cosmology. I mean, it was brought up slightly here, you know, and this myriad of different ideas, and the inherent conflict that seems to be around what's beyond what we can see with our naked eye, you know, and the firmaments and the flat earths and the globe and the ball and all of this solar system and all of these various different ideas. And, you know, there's some part of me that just wants to say yes, exactly, all of the above, right? Or at least there seems to be, I think, Franklin, you mentioned is there seems to be some well-crafted evidence that people bring forth for their respective ideas of where we're at and what's in the macrocosm and whatnot. And so if we as human beings have agency, right, to create our own experience, then perhaps yes, indeed it is so, because I've allowed it to be so, and entertained it as real, so to speak. So anyway, thanks, Indy, for reminding us to maintain the innocence of you know of your 8-year-old Franklin. Forgive me, I forget his name. Your
Joshua Eli. He's very fussy. He wants all of the names mentioned.
yes, yes. Anyway, wonderful. That's enough out of me.
Yeah, I would also say, it's very plausible
Yeah.
in the sense that you asked, why are humans different than animals? We're not that different, but we do have a distinct difference in the sense that people, like scientists, say we're related to apes, but we have 46 chromosomes, and apes have 48 chromosomes. But it seems like our second chromosome has an anomaly. So for each individual, we have 23, but our second chromosome seems to have a double chromosome wrapped into it. So we really have like 24 chromosomes worth of material, but only comes out in 23 chromosomes and then makes 46. So there's something interesting going on there, and it's something very strange. And Greg Braden kind of talks about this and kind of goes on about it. Says it's like totally impossible that this could just happen by breeding. This looks like it was kind of engineered. So, I don't necessarily know if there was genetic engineering back in the ancient times, but I wouldn't doubt that there could be some ways that they could use magic and like the ability to travel. They could travel with their mind and spirit outside of this realm, maybe beyond, like into the cosmos or to the stars and sun and moon. They could potentially travel to like, microcosmic aspect of the human body and like influence, like through telekinesis, like some kind of breeding elixir or something. You know what I mean? Who knows what the possibilities really are? But I feel like through either magic or science of the ancient technology, there was something going on to create the human chromosomes to have that second chromosome being anomalous like it is. There's something strange that might have happened there that leads to us questioning things and exploring possibilities of things like the ancient Mesopotamian stories. And like this, the name of Nibiru later changed to Marduk as Marduk took reign and kind of like changed a lot of the names of a lot of the old gods to his name, and the old names of different things to his name as well. Like he associated himself with being a great destroyer after having destroyed Tiamat. So he was then associated with Nibiru as a great destroyer. And by destroying Tiamat, he ended the great matriarchy that had ruled over the gods and started a fallen patriarchy of the fallen gods that were then banished from the sanctuary of the gods, which probably continued their great matriarchy, away in their sanctuary. But Marduk then became a god of a patriarchy that instead of becoming the concubines and consorts of the goddesses, the male figures became the gods. And then they started to take human wives and consorts and brides and such. Because it was kind of a revolution, a rebellion after killing Tiamat. She was said to have been a dragon, very fierce. So, you could imagine like somebody taking rule like Hillary Clinton and then the male figures being like happy that they had overcome and getting a little carried away with, keeping the power away from the women.
I think this is a narrative that's been pushed a lot, but I'm wondering, like, maybe there's more to the story. Maybe the narrative of the past has been spun closer to the present by those that wanted to control people on Earth. And in order to control people on Earth, they had to have this division, because maybe they had a long-term plan to break up the nucleus family. And so they had to change history, they had to change narrative. I don't know. This is something in the back of my mind, because when we look at pagan roots and traditions, we seem to find a lot more of this equality between the masculine and the feminine, don't we? I wonder how much of our ancient history has been reinterpreted in the last 3 centuries, to be realigned with this particular paradigm of worldview and idea. Because like, it seems to me that like, and I notice this like even when I go to India, like the men and the women play a different role, but on some level the women are in control, and on some level the men are in control. And so it's like, I think maybe that's quite interesting. At some point where church and state became singular was maybe where things started to take its own path. But even in ancient Egypt, we had the Isis, and we had the school of Ra. So the women had their university, Isis University, and the men had their Ra University, and the high priestesses were as celebrated as the high priests, as far as I know. In India, it's very interesting. The idea of the Shakti and the divine feminine aspects are not in any way diminutive. In fact, in many of the stories, it is the men that are bowing down. The masculine is bowing down to the feminine, which is quite interesting. They want us to believe this idea that we've completely, and I also think that a lot of this is, like, once again, political, because there are these anomalous reports in a lot of these old universities where they do specifically point out, there's evidence of men and women being in university together in a time when we are told it wasn't happening. So there's reports in these universities, actual historical evidence to the fact that the deans were trying to get rid of the women from the universities, and they were writing letters to each other. And this can be found in the archives. And when historians find this in the archives, and they say, well, what on earth is this? And what are these images that we've got? And class roll call lists of women and men in university at a time when university was supposed to be dominated by men. Did they manage to remove all of the women from university between the 17 and 1800s in order to prepare us for this, So has a lot of this been basically because of the Industrial Revolution? And did we willingly go into the Industrial Revolution thinking that this was some kind of a wonderful new opportunity, a new possibility, but actually it was like maybe, not so particularly positive and healthy? I don't know. There's a lot of interesting concepts there, but I often question the narrative. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I feel like the universities was a good place for technology to start to take hold on civilization and give people a way to bring in novelties and innovations that normally wouldn't have been allowed to be brought in to society to change because it changes the fabric of the economy and the market. Puts somebody out of business when you come in with something better. But through the universities, it's a place of learning. So if it's put in a place where, it's showing that these younger generations can be bringing something better, it should be more welcome than in that kind of context sometimes. So you could see where that would have brought on the Industrial Revolution through those times of the universities becoming more developed. And sad that women were being pushed out, but if they had been more involved through those times, you could see where the technology would have been a little bit more involved with sustainability potentially.
Certainly can't argue with the notion that the university is the education system, the basically from K through PhD, is an incredible mechanism for programming of all sorts, whether or not you want to introduce new technologies or masculine ideas, social engineering, conditioning, whatnot. But certainly the universities, which as I think we all know was for example was apprehended in best we can tell in the early 20th century, at least the medical arm within the universities in the West was apprehended by those who have tremendous resource, right, so that they could essentially pull their arms around, well, the medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry that emerged out of that. And so it stands to reason that that's what an incredible tool. I wanted to posit this idea, which I'm sure is not lost on you guys, but it seems anyway that there's, having visited India a number of times and having the good fortune of immersing into that culture to some degree, there's seems to be culturally more feminine essence present, and so this duality seems to be really apparent. Like the West seems very masculine to me, and the East seems more feminine. So this idea, Franklin, that that familial status, even within their caste system, where the female has almost an equal role, and it's you can see it when you're there. Although that seems to be changing and changing on purpose. My first time in India was in 2009, and had several clips there through 2011-12, and then most recently last year I went back, and boy, had it changed dramatically. I mean, well, of course, when I was there in 2009, 10, 11, I was there not on the spiritual pursuit per se, but I was there for business, right? The Silicon Valley of the East, right, in Bangalore, and so a little bit different than the rural communities and some of the places where you spent a lot of time there, Franklin. And at any rate, what I got to see, what this incredible place was like 15 years ago versus now, and it's being westernized. I mean, we were watching the kids. My good friend there has a family and an 18-year-old son, and we were sitting in the morning having our coffee, and he's watching Western sitcoms from the 80s and 90s, right? Oh, by the way, Donald Trump is making cameos on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air reruns and whatnot. So everywhere you go, and where I was in Bangalore, it looked like a Western city. It really did. And so, but there's still that femininity, and that I haven't gone farther east, so I couldn't speak from my own experience, but yeah, certainly you could see remnants of a time when there was a more balanced and or swung the other way, feminine centric leadership.
Are you done or did you freeze? Okay, you
Done.
okay?
Yes,
Good.
done.
Yeah, I know what you're saying so strongly. Like when I first went to India, which was like the late 90s, the end of the 90s. Wow, the way India changed between then and 2010 was incredible. Just observing the powerful shift. I remember in 2007, was it 2007 or was it 2008? was it 2009? I noticed in 2006-7 that the vegetables were changing, and I was like, what's going on here? Right? Like, they used to have all these, like, we used to have vegetables like that when I was a kid. Like, the potatoes were all small and different, and everything was like different. Like today we call it biodynamic food, right? Like, that's just what seemed what we were eating. Organic, biodynamic, proper, not even like the so-called registered organic stuff, which is all looking round and perfect. It's very weird. So I noticed in India, I got to India and I was like, oh, damn, this is so cool. This is like food I ate when I was a kid, right? Like weird looking, like potatoes, small, and they're not all the same shape. They're not all the same size. So I took a lot of joy in that. And then I noticed that started changing. The fruit started changing. I was like, what's going on here? The vegetables started changing. So I started doing research. And I ended up going to the seed depots where the farmers get their things from. And I discovered like this company called Seminus, like that you're buying all the seeds from. And I was like asking the people, how long is this? They said, no, the Seminus is a hybrid seeds. I was like, ooh, that word hybrid seeds made my spine shiver. So I researched it, and Seminus had been bought up by Monsanto's. So they started on the food, yeah? And that is also the legacy of all of the Monsanto's sewage pipe adventures. People committing sewage pipes. I use that word just because it won't be caught up by the AI system. It's sort of like sewage pipes, like washing yourself down the sewage pipes, you know? But... so all these farmers that have been protesting against Monsanto's, well, protesting because of the law in India, the courts won't take a farm away from the children and the mother. You talk about the feminine, right? They still protect the woman. They still protect the family in India. I don't know whether that's changed. Like you say, it's changing it. I might be speaking in past tense. But so this was why the fathers would drink Roundup Ready as an act of protestation against Monsanto's. And then they couldn't take the farm away from their kids and the mother. And so that's why there's all these mass sewage pipes adventures by farmers that were basically, when I got there, and I went to meet the farmers. I knew a lot of them. And they were basically being given a grant from the government, which could have been like 4 or 5 lakh. Right? So they'd be given a grant from the government, which was coming from an IMF package, probably done by like our friends, you know. Our friends. It's a loose term. But anyway... these packages were basically tying them into unis using Seminus seeds. It was owned by Monsanto's. I think Monsanto's bought Seminus in 2004 or 5 or 6, something along those lines. I noticed in 2007-8 the vegetables were changing. I think it was 2008, 2009 that I actually researched it, and I was like, my head was exploding. I was like, oh my gosh, this is the end of India. And so they used this mechanism to control the farmers, so that they would get this signature on the paper that says you're only allowed to use our seeds, but it's okay. We're going to give you the Roundup for free. We're going to give you this for free. We're going to give you the seeds for free, and we're going to give you so many lakh for the profiting, but the government is going to price fix the products that you grow. So everybody was like clapping, like, this is so cool. The government's price fixing, all the poor people will get food. Oh, wow, it's amazing. India, you're so great. Then what happened was IMF pulled the funding, right? And now suddenly the farmers, no longer getting the 4 or 5 lakh from the government, which was their profits, they now had to grow the food with the expensive stuff, where if you don't use that expensive stuff on the hybrid seeds flop. So they were basically losing their farms, and the banks were foreclosing on them. And so this is why there are so many farmers that have drank Roundup Ready and gone into the ground to protect the mothers and the children. But that sort of reflects what you're talking about, that even in India, the courts still recognize the mother, the wife's domain. Even though the husband has signed a piece of paper that says such and such, the wife still has rights in her land. you know, which is something that we don't have in the West. It's still reflected even in, well, I say reflected, touch wood. God hope they haven't changed the law yet. But so that you're right, you know, there's a very different environment in India, and the scriptural notions are very different. Like the divine feminine is probably even more important in a sense than a divine masculine, right? From perspective, like Ganesha, the story I told earlier, he's going around his mother. Shiva prostrates himself at Shakti's feet, right? Like when we look at it, Durga Mata has got such a huge following around India. Yeah, Lakshmi Devi is highly celebrated. Parvati, obviously, up in the Himalayas is a big deal, and Lakshmi relates to abundance, good health, good financial, and good farm yield, you know? So you can see how these feminine principles are so like worshipped in India. I think it's really interesting, you know, how we've been turned into a big brother state, and how we've been disconnected, and how we've been taught as boys to objectify women's bodies, right? And I mean, I say taught, I mean, we paid money for advertising. And we paid money to have a woman sit on a bonnet of a car with a hose pipe so that you want to buy a car. And then the boys will want to buy that car because if I got that car, the woman want me. So the women are being conditioned into believing that like a man needs to have money, right? And men are being conditioned into like believing the woman has to have this kind of body and this kind of look. And so it's like on some level, the objectification of the woman's sexual orientation and physical form has become, I think, part of the blasphemy of the new age. I use those words loosely. And we've all sort of allowed ourselves to be seduced by this blasphemy, by our obsession with entertainment. Entertainment being like taken up the garden path, being led up the garden path by entering into this garden of entertainment so that we can be, harvested in a sense. So that's where I think our free will comes into it, and our personal responsibility is in like, can you watch this entertaining programming without being affected by it? There's an interesting question. Can we watch Hollywood films without being programmed? What do you guys think?
Oh my goodness. You got another couple hours. That's a really interesting topic, you know, and no, there's an entrainment that happens, I think, even if we push against it, right? So like my lady and I are mindful of the of the content that we watch together, right? And we've learned that the hard way. And there's certain genres that we try to avoid because of the density. For example, a good example would be the Black Mirror, the new season of the Black Mirror. The first episode, I think it's an hour long. It left us at this absolutely. We looked at each other after it was done, and there was just a palpable density in the room. I mean, it really viscerally affected us. And of course, both of us have been around the block long enough to try to protect our energies and look at this media and entertainment and these types of things, you know, with the requisite boundaries, or at least try to go into it consciously and not just be swept up in it. However, despite that, those protections and that conscious awareness going into it, she decided flat out she's not going to watch any more of these episodes, and I had to just double down on the the protective, the smoky quartz and all the banishing rituals and all that stuff prior to going in there. So, and then of course we know that what we talked about earlier is our perception is so important. If we are indeed creation machines, or if we're at least have a role to play in the unfoldment of reality, then if if our perception can be hijacked, then okay, that's prize. That's a prize, right? And so, seemingly there's a group that has control over the apparatus that has the sensory impregnation apparatus, right? The Hollywood, the music industry, the various media and whatnot. They control the black mirror, for lack of a better, right? And music's a biggie. Music is a real biggie, and of course, that's sometimes falls under the radar because even the media's chimes that they have in the background, or the music that they have introducing certain news stories like breaking news, and there's all sorts of science that goes into that, as you guys are aware. But yeah, no, I think it is very difficult to cast our gaze into any of the state-sponsored media machine without being affected to some degree by it. Even of us who are acutely aware of the dangers of this, and but that's just been my experience. For those of you who have been able to shield yourself against that, short of just asceticism, short of just outright denial and not casting your gaze at it at all, yeah, I would appreciate your tips and tricks. So, um,
Yeah, that's so interesting, especially since you're talking about Black Mirror. I mean, the Black Mirror, like, there's my Black Mirror. Come on, you've all got one. You've all got a Black Mirror in your pockets. And that Black Mirror is really like what they use. It's probably the most invasive piece of technology that's being created yet, other than the next generation, which is probably like forget the Black Mirror, we'll put it in your head for you,
right.
just to show you that we're in charge. Yeah. We need your permission. Sign yeah. Oh, we now own that proprietary part inside your head, by the way, so you better behave or we'll take it out. And you'll be like, oh, you'll be like Lady Gaga. You won't be able to string 3 words together, But it's interesting that that's the series, because like I've never watched that series. I think I wanted to watch it once, and like my finger went there to, I don't know. Nah. There's just so much of this crap out there. Oh my gosh! One of the films that I watched, I was like transfixed. I wanted to see what the end was going to be. It's called The Creator. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen that.
And it's basically, they are making you value AI life more than human life. I mean, this is some heavy programming, man. Like, we are now supposed to value cyborg AI. No, not cyborg, sorry. Cyborg means half human. Anabot, what do you call them? Android bot AI life must be valued to be equal to human life, even more than. The whole film's supposed to make you feel sad about the loss of AI life, which to me is like, and they're real people that are passing out too, and they're like on the sidelines, like the real focus here is the AI. Yeah, okay, the people passed away, but this AI passed away, And I watched that and I was just like, oh my God, have we really reached that point? Is that the tipping point we're on? Where society is being primed to have such little regard for organic life? And you can see what they do to animals. Like what they do to animals in this planet. It's one of the cutest things my son went through was he likes to be in stories. Oh my gosh, he likes to be in stories. And he likes to have Desert Eagles and Colt 45s and shotguns in his stories. And he wants to go into these places, these abattoir places, and he wants to blow them up. In his stories, like I completely see where he's coming from. We're like, yeah, okay, cool. I don't like the shotguns, I don't like this, but I see where your brain's going with this, right? Because he's obviously aware of what's going on, and I showed him when he was younger, like, well, that's where like chicken comes from. Like there they are in like little boxes, and they're like in a cage, and that's how they live, and that's their whole life. And he was horrified. I was like, well, this is the real world you're living in. You need to know what you're living in. You need to know what this is, like, you know. And so he didn't want to eat meat after that. He's never eaten meat. His mom kept trying to force him to eat meat, and it would make him feel ill, and he'd vomit, and kept vomiting. And when he realized what the game was, he's like, he became a pescatarian. I mean, he doesn't eat a lot of fish. He eats mostly vegetarian food. In fact, he was brought up vegetarian. That's why he's so big. He's 8, but he's huge. He's like a 40-kilogram 8-year-old. he's strong and he's tall. He's gonna be a giant of a boy. But and I'm not tall. I'm not big. I mean, I'm quite solid, but I'm not tall. But yeah, I think like this whole notion of like this lack of respect for organic life is being driven so hard to the point where most people that eat meat probably don't want to think about what's happening to the animals, right? They probably don't want to think about what's happening to the chickens, or about the way that these pigs are handled, or the way that these cows are treated, you know? Like there, number 42, stick a hole in its ear, put a stamp on it, put a chip on it, there you go. Like, you know, it's just financial value. That's all it is. It's not a living creature. And I think that attitude that we've had towards the livestock that people have been eating is now being turned on humans. And I think it's becoming apparent that our new savior and our new God is AI. And that's like what we got to worship. And this is what's going to fix our planet. It's what's going to make everything better. And we'll be able to just sit back and be really, really lazy and not have to do anything, because like the robots and the AI will do everything for us. We will own nothing, but we will love it. So like this is the shadow of the world egg. This is that big cost shadow that we're living on. This is a macrocosmic shadow that's over us all, that we're like having to navigate through. And the only way you can deal with a shadow that big is to have a bright light, right? So now we get to like I think the important part of the conversation. What can we do? How do we interact with this darkness around us? The us and them paradigm is a toxic potential that can rob one of the empowerment necessary to take personal responsibility, to make the changes that we need to make within ourselves so that we can reflect that in the world around us, to light up our little space. And maybe other people be, you got a light. Yeah, I got a light. Yeah, you try that. Oh, okay, that works. And bit by bit, we can light up the little space, little bit by little bit, until that big shadow of the world can be seen for what it is, of like, oh no, it's just somebody playing with a finger in front of the light bulb, you know? There's only 3 of them. We thought it was the whole, no, it's just that little group over there. Look at them. You're not going to trick us. You know, like you get scared of this big monster coming at you and it's somebody with the fingers in front of the light kind of idea. I think that's a really good metaphor. So like, how do we bring that light through? What do you guys, what are your thoughts?
Well, first part of the deal, I think, is you took the first step right there, right? It's Toto is going to go and pull the curtain back, right, on the little fat man behind the curtain, and it's going to expose the fact there's only 3 little guys playing with their, finger in front of the light, right? It's having some awareness of what's going on. I was just actually, before I jumped on with you guys, I was having a conversation in Discord, and it was with regards to the biodigital convergence, and it's a big topic, right? And it scares the shit, that's, pardon my language, out of anybody who does any due diligence. Is really like, wow, it's like there's some truth to it. At any rate, there's these 2 advocates for the biodigital convergence, and they happen to be in conflict currently. and they're in conflict over essentially how developed is the biodigital convergence. Is it here? Has it been here for 20 years? You know, where is it? They're not suggesting that the technology is a falsity or it's not going to come to fruition. They're both agreeing that it's either here or it's imminent, right? And so we were having a discussion as to, like, okay, so how far along are we? You know, how far along are we down this trail? And it's like, it seems to me that the quote unquote the powers that be, if you will, and again, I run the risk of using the word they and separating that from our collective, you know, separating up from the collective shadow. But it seems like the people that have the control over the apparatus are trying to convince us that they're the all-powerful Oz, right? That it's a foregone conclusion, that the digital fence has already been erected, that there isn't anything that we can do about it. And I mean, The Wizard of Oz, at least in the United States, I believe, was the first movie that introduced color. When Dorothy landed in Oz, I'm quite certain it was the first movie in the West that introduced color. And that, as you know, that movie is just full. I mean, it's just soup to nuts, alpha to omega, beginning to end, is full of occult symbology. I mean, it's all in there. The Yellow Brick Road, all of it. And of course, even the new contemporary versions of that with the Wicked and all of that is full of it as well. And so at any rate, it seems to me that they want to convince us that it's a foregone conclusion. And then if enough of us believe it, well, then perhaps we will bring it into reality, or at least we will hasten it. In other words, if the AI God, if we're told, enough of us are told that it's going to replace Jesus or Krishna or Buddha, that indeed it will, just because enough of us put our energy behind it and bring the AI God to fore. And then, of course, if you've spent any time with it, AI, and I have been very reluctant, but it's hard to avoid if you're doing a search. But if you've spent any time with it, it seems to be a mirror, right? If you are, like, for example, Franklin, if you were to query a certain topic on Vedic mythology, for example, you would have the requisite knowledge. You'd understand, like, you just based on your own experience in India and in your studies for all these years, and you could engage with the quote unquote AI in a vastly different octave consciously than your 8-year-old, of course, but then say your average Jew on the street who's never been to India and certainly doesn't have your tutelage. So really, it seems to me that the AI in effect is the ultimate black mirror. It reflects back to us where we're at. And of course, we run the risk, if we, of what I think Indy was talking about earlier, we run the risk of, okay, I'm done. My job here is done. I've come to my understanding of all of it. I've got it figured out. And then, of course, we will never challenge the AI further, and we will just be locked into the paradigm in which we're at. And unfortunately, for the next generations, I think that's going to be in a just dumbed down to animals in a cage or useful idiots. Anyway, enough out of me.
Yeah, I agree. You know that this is what the fingers in front of the lights are trying to show us, that like the fight is lost. But if the fight was lost, they wouldn't have to be developing the next thing, right?
Right.
Like when you've won the fight is over. You don't go like, I've won this fight. Cooking for the next patch. It's not how this works. Because like, oh, you need to hit me again. I thought you won the fight. No. Just gonna hit one more. Either the fight's won or it's not. And I think that we've lost, that the digital convergence is like gone past a certain point. Yeah, I think the digital convergence, the way it's being orchestrated, has gone past a certain point. But I don't think they can overcome the organic machinery. Like, our bodies have got a powerful resistance, I think. And I think, like, our consciousness can drive that resistance to high levels. And so the fact that they are so actively working to mess with the economy and so actively working to mess with the education system that they have to take the word O out of woman and put an X there, that's last year. That's this year, right? In the last year, they've done that. The fact that they've got to do all of this crazy stuff tells us that they are still actively working hard to manifest their goals. If they had manifested their goals, they'd just be like, let it happen, right? So I think we've got more of a fighting chance than what that people realize. That's what my thoughts are. And I think, like you say, like, we pull back that curtain and we realize that, like, you know, like, there isn't a big army there to face us. You know, it's a small force, like, effectively. And the moment we all start to collaborate, when we get together, we're powerful. There's this wonderful clip that I saw once of lions hunting buffalo. It's one of the most beautiful clips I've ever seen. And what happens is they go for the wrong buffalo. And the mother decides to stop and fight. And the other bulls stop. They all decide to stop and fight. Indigo, go that side, my darling. Please, please. Oh, you're going to knock this light over. Lie down, my sweetheart. Yes, my darling. And go lie down. Go lie down. Good girl. Good girl. She's going to come and rip out all of my little cables of my monitor system I've got here with little speakers. But anyway, bottom line is that the bulls all turn around, and I'm telling you, those lions, they realize, like, we've miscalculated this story, right? We've really miscalculated. And you see the bulls start flicking the lion up and throwing the lion around, you know. And the little calf that lion thought they were going to eat goes and hides behind mom, and mom stands up to the lion, and next thing she's got like wings of bulls just flying in, and those lions have to run for their life, basically. Moral of the story is, all these buffalo are running away, and there's only like 8 lion there. But there are thousands and thousands of buffalo, and when they realize there's only 8 lion, what are we running from? We're going to let these 8 lion take our kids? Nah, thank you. The moment they turn around, those lion realize how vulnerable they are, and they run, tail between the legs. I think that metaphor and that little piece of clip of wildlife that I saw like maybe about 10, 15 years ago that stayed with me, that's our story. I think that's our story.
That needs to be posted, brother. And let me plug your video from with Chris the other day, because you had a quote in there that I think is worthy of the what seemingly feels like the finale for this roundtable here. But you said you can spend 1,000 hours researching the occult, or you could just spend 100 hours in meditation. And you were talking about, okay, so what do we do about it, right? And the buffalo, the mama, she turned around and she said, I had enough, right? And so once we've decided that maybe we've had enough, it's like, okay, so how does that inform our malicious action? And I think your suggestion that we, hey, there's nothing wrong with the scholarly approach. I think we run in circles with a lot of scholars and a lot of incredibly well-read, incredibly gifted in terms of synthesizing data. Like, for example, I mean, Silas is just like an encyclopedia. It's amazing, and of course he's also a practitioner. And I think that's what you were saying is, or at least that's how I took it is, hey, well, let's, sometimes we got to retreat from the library and we have to go to the mat. We need to go, which allows us to go in, which which does all sorts of beautiful things. I don't need to tell you. And then effectively we can ground, we can center, we can balance, and perhaps we can reach each other in that space. I know you have a lot of experience with that, and in more of the causal planes, right? So we're, as opposed to pulling the pitchforks out in the three-dimensional realm here and taking to the streets in violence or some other means, it's we can do our part, take our responsibility, do the inner work, move up the chakras, move up our um, work on our game, and then meet a few people in sympathetic resonance on the way. This would be a good example, frankly, brother. And thank you for the invitation again. And then we can turn around and we can face the lions and we can say we've had enough.
Man, brother, I think that's beautiful, and thanks for the plug. And I think like that is a good place to leave this discussion. Like basically, like it's what we do that matters, not what we believe. And it's how we generate the impetus towards movement within ourselves, where that source of movement comes from. And I think that's the work, like you say, like the sit down on the mat and find what is our inner child, find what is our inner core, what is our natural state. Indy, if you're still with us, brother, you were talking about the natural state earlier in the earlier part of this conversation. So it's like we're getting back to the start, we're looping it around. That natural who we are when we're not being who we think we have to be, when we're not playing the role of the narrative in our head, which is a linguistic identity that we wear, when we're just becoming that simple, humble little child, which I think is like symbolically, the what the lamb is supposed to represent of Emmanuel's message, who's been turned into Jesus, Jesus. So I do think that is the key. And, meditation. It's probably difficult for people to meditate in this particular time. A lot of people say they struggle. While there's lots of ways to meditate. Sound is a good way to meditate. For those of you that struggle to meditate, seriously, just buy yourself a drum, man. Buy yourself a drum and just contemplate the rhythm. And rhythm gets you back into that state, and then you can hear your heartbeat. And when you can hear your heartbeat, then you can feel the pulse of the universe, and then you can sense the rhythms around you. And there's all these different rhythms. And so I think for people that struggle to meditate, maybe they should think outside of the box, right? The cube is great, but when we think outside of the box, we become very natural. And what's outside of the box? Hold on. What's outside of the box? You guys are gonna like this. I wanna show you. What's outside of the box is obviously the alchemical symbol, and I think it's quite apt. So there it is. So this is what's outside of the box. So all we got to do is step outside of the box. Yeah. And notice that there are three aspects to time and reality and ourselves. And that this is all within the greater circle of life. But we're stuck in this little box. And this little box that we're stuck in creates this pseudo circle that we seem to be in our reality. But when we step outside of that, we see we're in a bigger circle. That's sort of where the macrocosm and the microcosm meets. And that the so-called shadows are just the delineations between the different octaves of being. the different frequencies that separate the one from the other, us from each other, and us from ourselves. Well, that's all I got to say. I'm going to tap out. It's been an honor. It's been lovely. Are you with us, dear Indy?
I am. I'm here.
Indy might have. I was just thinking, do you have more to add, dear brother?
No, I think we covered all our bases today. It's been a great discussion.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it. Enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah.
It's been a total honor. Thank you for joining us, Rick. It's been lovely having you. Indy, dear brother, Cosmic. It's been a great conversation. Thank you for everybody that was in the chat. It was absolutely lovely having you guys here. Thought-provoking information being shared and stimulating ideas and questions coming from the chat as always. Sending you all so much love. Big blessings. Om Shanti. And remember, it's just a few people with fingers in front of the lights. There aren't really big monsters. Big love.
Bye-bye.